My mic was muted the whole time, wasn't it? Well, that's a shame. Because I just told you guys the secret to making, like, millions of dollars. I just learned it today, but I was only allowed to speak them once to other people, so... there you go. But welcome to Disco Elysium Saturday. Binary Run, Topaz, Nevermoon, Guanbush. We're on day 2. I believe it took 12 hours to get through day 1. As a lip reader, I can confirm your lie. Okay, then type out exactly what I said. Alright. Clearly I must now stream like this the whole time, as like a binary run. You didn't say you were a good one. Ah, I see. So you know what I didn't say, but you don't know what I did say. That's... I don't quite know how that works, but sure. I'll stick with you, I guess. But no, Guanbush, the extension is working. I'm not sure if I have to... because I know that last week I had to send it the code again. Maybe it's just remembering... because the game's not launched right now. I'm setting it up right now. So maybe it's just remembering what it was at before. Which, to be fair, is accurate, because I haven't played the game since. But I'll need to get it set up again, probably, to make it take my... yeah, it's got Twitch integration is off again. So let me copy this little code that you cannot see. Enter it in. Hit the connect button, which you also cannot see. Connection established. And now I can move off of the page that you're not supposed to see. And now you'll be able to see. Or at least you will once it stops being a black screen and starts recognizing the video game, which varies in the amount of time it takes. There you go. So this game has a... the integration panel's already here. They are, but I'm not going to have my... oh. Oops. Actually, it doesn't show it, does it? It's it blurs it out once it's finished being typed. The my ability to use it through the game, like, it wasn't actually connected. The panels were there, but you would just be able to read stuff and it wouldn't update, and I wouldn't be able to integrate with you because, trust me, it wasn't connected because it had no connection info. Anyway, the save files in this are weird. This is my current save file, but it says Martinez Day 1, and the reason why it says that is because it gives you the information of the specifics the first time you save. So if you overwrite, it doesn't overwrite the words. And I don't believe you can customize the words either. So it's very weird. Usually a game that doesn't let you type in your save file name, when you overwrite, it will then it basically just deletes that file and replaces it with a new one. But this one actually keeps whatever name scheme it was when you first created the save. So that'll be Martinez Day 1, even if it's a Day 7 save. Which throws me and makes me think I've lost my saves, but I haven't. Here we are. I believe the last thing we did was check our ledger info. Still says name unknown, though we have been told our name is Harry Dubois. It's interesting. Don't remember the hidden category being there before, but I don't see anything under it, either for active or for done. Still don't have a map. I'd like to get a map today. I'd like to talk to Rene Arnaud, because we've got... Rene Arnaud. Arnois. Rene Arnie. Because we've got a check unlocked for him. We have 3 skill points to spend whenever we want to. You were looking for something unexpected. Sounds like either the lead into a really interesting story or you're telling me that you didn't expect me to start my stream at the same time I always start my stream on a Saturday. I don't know if you're talking about me or not. We can always invest more skill points into unlocking thoughts for the thought cabinet. I always do this ahead of time. I don't know why. It just makes me feel good. I'll put one in. Now we've got 2 thought spaces that I don't have to worry about. 6 more to go. Oh, Disco Elysium is unexpected. Yeah, that's true. It is the sort of game that gets you. I still don't like this. I don't know why this is... I wonder if this is an intentional update. It used to be... At least it was pre-Final Cut. See how these are all greyed out, but when you click on them you get the nice colour picture? It used to be that as soon as you put a skill point voluntarily into a skill, it would light up and it would stay lit up. So we should have Inland Empire, Perception, and Composure all lit up. But we don't. It's all grayscale. I don't know if that was an intended change, but I hate it. Because it made the skill page look really vibrant and interesting. And it gave you a nice little visual of what you'd put your work into and what you hadn't. You can't see Perception, but that should be one of the ones that's lit up. It's here. I don't know why it's not doing that anymore. That was a wonderful little feature and they shouldn't have removed it. Anyway, we need direction. We are bereft of it. We have a few things that we can take care of. Let's just go through them. Some of them are more pressing than others and more simple than others. Most of these aren't. We need to look for a lost ball. In fact, let's head towards the pawn shop and see if we can get a ball. But along the way, we'll talk to the people that are down that way. Just do a little bit of side dalliancing. We still need to open the apartment door for Evrart as well, and we need to interview the Wild Pines rep. So let's do some outside exploring. The first thing I'll do, because he's right here, we'll just say hello to this guy. We've got no reason to talk to him yet, but we'll say hi to him anyway.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
The man mutters to himself, accenting the beats as he goes. Keep listening.
From another planet. Hey there.
What's going on here?
It's the jam, my man.
He motions towards the sprawl of lorries with a sweeping gesture. What's the jam?
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
Limbo, huh? So that's where I am.
Yeah, exactly.
So how long have you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Extravagantly phrased, but I can roll with it.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already. So tell me, what do you need?
Got any smokes on you?
Nope, don't smoke.
He nods towards the big lorry behind him.
Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. Or waiting for the sweet release of death.
Hang on. No, don't smoke. He says, no, don't smoke. So what's this then? Old friend, old pal. Right there. Pulls it out of his hand, puts it to his mouth, puts it down again. Is it a lollipop? He's telling me in a roundabout way to go do one? Yeah, let me fix this. It's a lot easier to zoom out than it is to sorry, it's a lot easier to zoom in than it is to zoom out, because once it's so big, I can't grab the edges anymore. There we go. Perception. Failure. Yep, nothing wrong with that statement. Your senses have nothing to add. You'll have to ask around elsewhere. Cool! We're too stupid to see the smoke in his hand. Guess I'll ask around.
You could also
then.
check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's. Rebishaw's weird.
Care to spare some change for a working stiff?
Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work.
Sudden financial duties snap him out of his daze.
The bosses, man.
Well, that's thorough. I don't know who these bosses think they are, but that sounds like a good arrangement. For them.
Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck. If I had, say, 4 myself.
Tell me more about this strike.
It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands. No way in or out.
What's the union demanding?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess.
Doors
I've
open,
heard talk
boys.
there's a company rep in town, too. Like, a strike negotiator type. They know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Lilith Dagger is raiding with a party of 2. Thank you. What brings you here? Is it Disco Elysium? Is it Final Fantasy XIV? Is it someone that I know? Welcome in any case. We're playing some Disco Elysium and talking to a man who says he doesn't smoke. While smoking. In front of my face. Hadoy. This sounds like the same VA as Call Me Mañana. Yeah, he doesn't have a name. He's one of the... There's a lot of characters in this game with titles instead of names. Call Me Mañana. I think it means Call Me in the Morning, and I think it's like meant to say... I think it's meant to characterize him as a lazy ass. I don't know. He doesn't have a name.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
Indeed. What do you think the company wants?
Anything else?
Shit.
Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do.
I am very bad at clicking these damn messages sometimes. Call me tomorrow. Yeah, that's it. I think we can get back into that conversation and ask him more, though. But, anyway. All of who? The lorry drivers?
Us lorry drivers.
Yeah.
Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really.
Not you?
Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
He glances down the road toward the horizon, a glint of something in his eyes. What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get on the next one. Thank you, electrochemistry.
It's like,
here we go.
whatever's going on
What do you
over at
think the
docks,
company wants?
Workers, they want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He makes a ka-ching sound. This line read better before it was fully voiced.
Anything else? Us lorry drivers. Not my thing.
Alright, there we go. Know anything about that dead man? The one that used to hang behind the hostel there?
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
Busy with what?
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs.
Come again?
Nothing. I'm just messing with you, man. Don't mind my idle verbosity.
No, I do want to mind it. Let's
He ain't
go
one
back.
of us drivers. Analyzing the fundamental
What's your
structural
conclusion?
and a sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
Well, that's dark. What are you hauling, anyway?
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Time to arrest him! Alright. This calls for a chat vote. If you don't know how this works, I'm going to press a button, and then you're going to have 15 seconds to choose one of these lines of dialogue, and I don't have to pick it. It just gives me a guess or a gauge of what the people want. We can either say, you're under arrest, we can be the corrupt cop and say, wicked, I've always wanted a friend in the underworld, or we can actually understand the concept of sarcasm and say, yeah, alright, and what are you actually hauling? I don't know if it shows up if you're on mobile, but you should be able to... Oh, wow, that's decisive, everybody. Topaz is the deciding vote. I suppose he is, yeah. What are you actually hauling, mate?
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits, and that kind of thing.
That makes sense. I see a big F on the side of your lorry.
They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Ilmaran market lately.
So nothing illegal, then?
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
They have. Come to prison. Never! They would never illegalize sport. Sport is the most wholesome thing known to man! I think I hate this guy. That's your machine behind you?
This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
Yeah, sure. These lorries are pretty neat.
Neat. For carrying large quantities of cargo a long distance. These found tracksuits need to find their way to the kids way out in Wamrau and Loran Bird somehow.
Could I get one of those tracksuits?
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
Fuck the bosses. There's no denying it. Your body needs to feel the touch of some good performance wear. I think Kuno had some. Right, I had another question.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Yeah, fuck off, narrator. I don't like you. Although Snip showed me a clip of the narrator being quite funny. Depending on your tastes. For the most part, he's annoying. I'm good for now. Good talk.
Don't be a stranger.
He gives a salute with 2 fingers. There is a cigarette in them, but you still don't notice it. Alright, let's... I think I did a bit of exploring down here. I know I looked in the racist guy's lorry, but there's a little bit more, a few more clickables around here that I may as well get to. Just for thoroughness' sake. Let's look at this weird-looking monument. An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods. Who is this? A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, I am Philippe III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philippe II, the Opulent, father of Philippe IV, the Insane. Not a good track record of mental health in that family. What did this king do? What did he do? You have no idea what you did a week ago. How would you know what this guy did centuries ago? High above you, the king stands triumphantly oblivious to your memory trouble. Failure to lore, I'm afraid.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face.
Okay, so I know from this part here that the white greyish stuff is meant to depict her hair, but is it just me or does that look like it's coming out of her mouth? Just that strand there. Looks like she's vomiting it up. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter. Some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your... Grandma?
Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is grey like lead.
No. This one is a monster in disguise. Excuse me, ma'am, I'd like to ask you some questions.
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Wait,
The lieutenant stops you before you can snap.
she's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone.
Why?
Why? I just told you why.
If you say so. Kim does not approve of bothering elderly ladies. Hi, racist.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Fuck off, racist. Some things just don't get old. Like ever. Telling the racist to fuck off is one of them. The spirited chirps and clicks of swallows fill the air.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
Ooh, that's not a good-looking check right there. Renee, I found your guard booth.
Yes, the Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
You must have seen something on the night of the murder. Your booth looks right into the yard.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
Why?
It's a private matter. Nothing to do with your investigation.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man would rather die than admit he needs medical assistance or, God forbid, sick it. A real man's man is just gonna ride it out.
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business. It's nothing. Just got to cut back on coffee.
Uh-huh. It's his heart. So who was working your shift that night?
No one. The boss has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean,
Look, officer, the container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
Mostly decorative?
the possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
He tries to argue.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiners' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Okay, lots of things to say here. There's nothing wrong with tear collecting. It's my side thing, too. René should rent out his services, invest the profit, get a few more guys, expand and repeat. Wage work is a dead end. René is but one man. We need a program. Get all the elderly back in the job market. Keep folks motivated. Such dependency only weakens a man further. Do or die. No middle ground. Or, Evrard gets it. Big guys looking after the small. Everyone working together. I love it. I think that's the commie one, so we'll go with that.
Can we conclude the topic of my guard boost now?
There's a grimace of pain on the old soldier's face. Looks like he wants to argue, but he can't find the words. I saw a picture in there. You were in it. Who's the girl?
She is nobody.
Oh.
This is none of your concern, and I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCM.
If she's nobody, where's her heartless?
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
I'm going to make a judgment call here. The actor playing Gaston is really, really bad. Got it, thanks.
Yes, yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
I saw a statue of Philippe III near the roundabout.
Ah, yes! King Philip III, on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Not a shithole?
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
Cocaine? Cocainum? Sounds like our kind of king. And just imagine what kind of cocaine a king would have
A
had.
superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
A king undisputed, respected, saluted, seen for the wonder he is. How should a true king rule?
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
Oh, well, seems to me a leader should take care of his people before himself.
A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
There is some weariness in his voice now. He's heard this rant many times before.
The Carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve.
No one and nothing can change this man's mind. He is as rigid as they come, still in that antique uniform. It's a symbol for him. I haven't found any balls, Snip. What was that about cocaine?
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
Yeah, this is the worst voice actor in the game. I feel bad saying that, but this guy is not... This guy has no conception of what he is attempting to say. He's just reading the words out, with occasional pauses to figure out what the next words are going to be.
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler?
Is it a bad voice actor, or was this what the devs wanted? If it's what the devs wanted, then the devs are idiots.
That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine, for clarity of vision, to aid in their work.
He's doing fine.
Regnum cocainum, Revachol's finest years.
That's yeah, it's hard to argue that, Snip. He seems to grow taller, brimming with pride about the past. I'm satisfied with this explanation.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philippe III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Would you say that he pushed it to the limit? Past the point of no return? Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense. What was that about higher realms? It sounds interesting.
It's really not. Please, do spare us the cocaine fairy tales.
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate the drug trade of centuries past.
Oh, no, please. Cocaine fairy tales. Come on.
Right.
Damn. Is there any way to fuck with our composure a bit? Yes, we're actually we're losing some, so let's take whatever that is off. Boots? Boots. Whereas we have shoes that will up our composure, so we can actually get quite a bit more there.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
Not a lot, though. That's still less than likely to succeed. So let's see if we could replace the... Well, if we try it, and then try it after giving the ball back. Chat boost would not... It would still be, like, in the 10s. Let's wait a second, see if we can find the ball.
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer already. How can I help you?
You mentioned Jean-Marie Beaulieu. Who is that?
Oh, sweet Jenny. She was the finest woman in all of Revachol. Maybe the entire world.
Do not defile her memory, Gaston. Let her rest in peace.
So you both know her?
We knew her, all right.
Knew.
Lived on the same street our entire lives, just 2 houses apart. The 3 of us have been best friends since we were 4.
The tree of you? Is it this tree?
She was René's first girl back when the prick was 16. They were courting till he decided he'd rather die for some great ideal than just be happy.
And then you stole her from me.
He jerks forward, but then he grabs his chest and stops. Easy, fellows. No need for this to get ugly.
Oh, officer. It already got ugly nearly 80 years ago when the 3 of us were just learning to walk and talk.
It's a walking, talking tree? Is it an ent? Or a treant? I guess that's the same thing.
You stole her from me.
Rene repeats, trying to steady his breathing and still clutching his chest.
Well, technically, you stole her from me, because we'd been pretty close ever since you two had that falling out over the ink you spilled over her pretty yellow dress.
Good callback, one. Nicely done.
We were just boys then. This was different. You,
The tall veteran looks at you and nods.
no point starting this all over again. For the 1000th and the first time. Especially when we have company. Officer,
What happened to her?
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. It was a quiet passage, peaceful.
He smiles faintly.
René and I were both by her bedside when she...
He pauses, searching for the right word.
died. No use sugarcoating it. Won't bring her back. Will it now?
Renee's kind of awful.
departed. Until the very hand she couldn't decide between us. The most indecisive woman I've ever met.
I think he's the only fascist in the game whose like defining character trait isn't racism. I think there's 4 fascists in the game. We met 3 out of 4. Measurehead and racist lorry driver. What's the first thing you think of for them? They're racist. There's another one comes up later, who I think their most identifying moment is something they say to Kim. Whereas Renee, it's more like old school, just authoritarianism with his connection to the old king and all of that. He's certainly not any better than any of the racists, but a quick grimace of pain passes over Renee's features, but he immediately regains control. His face now a dispassionate mask again. Why do you think she was indecisive?
She could never make up her mind about anything. What to have for breakfast, favorite color, or which one of us to marry.
Renee is more of a monarchist authoritarian. There is a lot of crossover with fascism. He is considered by the devs, I'm pretty sure, to be one of their representational fascist characters. He represents a flavor of it. Most of the characters in this game or rather, each of the ideologies has a set of characters that are meant to identify with its different concepts. Like Everard identifies with the communists. But there are other characters that do too, and they're very different from Everard. In the case of the fascism, most of them are the racists, but there's also Renee. The look in Gaston's eyes is happy and distant.
She was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married.
I'm not fond of any of these. Obviously, I'm not fond of 3. But neither of 1 or 2 quite states how I would respond to this. I mean, to me that just sounds like she loved both of you dearly, and none of the 3 of you were, I guess, socially comfortable enough to understand the concept of poly, which I guess is a shame. Seems like that would have been really painful and difficult to live through. But, like, that doesn't have the right sound to it, and that's... I mean, I don't think it's odd. There you go. I guess 1. Nothing wrong with weighing your options first. I don't like it, but... there isn't a response here that suits me.
Heck, technically, we're both still engaged to her.
Well, there you go. Like that.
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be happy. Seduced her with your fancy words and pastries.
He suddenly remembers you are still there, falls silent, and turns away.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left.
I'm assuming that there's nothing more on this line. It's just lit up, so let's make
Sweet.
it... Yeah,
Of course, officer.
we make it
Memories are...
Did we get any boosts to the composure check for him, learning more about him and Jeannie?
Vigilance, officer? What can this old carabinier do for you?
No, but there is more. I understand Jean-Marie meant a lot to you.
There's nothing for you to understand here. It is not her death you are investigating.
Were the circumstances of her death in any sense unusual? Oh, that's a terrible thing to ask him.
Absolutely not. She died of pneumonia in her bed at the age of 79. This is highly usual.
Yeah, well. What was the photo of you two taken?
Revachol Fair of 91 in the Faubourg district. A parade was held to honor Guillaume Le Lion's name day, and the Carabiniers marched in the place of honor.
You looked happy in the picture. Smiling. Didn't know your face could do that, Renee.
This was the happiest day of my life.
Ah. What happened with the 3 of you?
I was 22 when I returned from King Guillaume's Akira operation in the south, and found my sweetheart in the arms of this wretch.
Sorry, 1 second. Yes, the IKEA operation. That's exactly right. He needed a new table for his cocaine habit. Alright, I can continue. Is Twitter down? Twitter seems to have logged me out, but I don't know if it's actually logged me out or if it's just... because it seems to be all over the place right now. Twitter is working for you, but Twitter has been having issues. Seems fucky for Snip. I'm just gonna leave it alone. Alright. King Guillaume's Akira operation. Learning to build a cabinet with his troops.
I won her back, but while I was dealing with some issues.
You were like a dark cloud sucking the joy out of every living thing around you. And you hurt her.
So, a soldier comes back from the war and is like oozing trauma from oozing psychological trauma from every orifice? Wow, what a surprise. I'm stunned. Dark Cloud. That sounds unpleasantly familiar. Yeah, but don't worry, Inland Empire, because the sequel was better.
I...
He looks down at his boots, lips moving, but the words are inaudible.
Those days and memories are gone.
He nods and looks at Renee with something resembling compassion.
The old soldier says nothing, but when his glance quickly runs over Gaston's face, there's an odd look in his eyes.
I still think we want to get the bull back before we try this check. Thank you for your time. Because I'm not sure if getting the bull back will reopen the check if I fail it, and I don't want to get stuck having to put another skill point in. So, let's do some scouting down here. Firstly, we have this interesting setup. A helpline to the company that controls the drawbridge. Hot air rises up from the sewer, sour, acidic, and strangely comforting. And we have a bin here. What's in there? Just some tear. Not too shabby, not too terrible. We'll leave him alone and all of his little things for now. Let's just quickly scout the rest of this section of the city. There's some gloves. Fingerless gloves that increase your electrochemistry. More tear. Roy's Pawn Shop. Fast cash for faster times. There's a dude here. Waterlock out of order until Wednesday, 7:15 a.m. I don't remember this guy. Butter sign down. What? A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted. What is Samaran butter? Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it. Attempt to reconstruct what happens here. Can I do anything about my VisCalc? Nothing that isn't already done. Sadly, it's got a permanent debuff from my communism. We could increase it if we fail, though. 28%. Shall we see if I can get the stream chat boost? You need to increase my intellect. You got 15 seconds. Lower, as always, just lower the physique because that's the high one. But if you all vote to increase my intellect, then I'll be slightly better at this. There we go. 42% chance. Bah! Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle, and holy god, look at that! It drove along the roof of the pawn shop and did a stunt jump. How did it get up there? Look at the crater. I've never actually seen this one before. Because eventually the way that bridge gets fixed and then the billboard's gone. And I usually don't visit here before it gets fixed. Side slip marks indicate that the vehicle was travelling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour. That's not that fast. Look at the roof of the shack. The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack. Look at the sloping metal roof panel. The panel served as a takeoff ramp. Look at the broken posts. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it. Look at the sign. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. Look at the opposite bank. Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast. We fucking made it! What was the model of this phantom vehicle? There are two good candidates, the Capri 40 and the Linear G22. Why the Capri 40? It's about the right size, and the tyre marks look like they came from the skinny tyres frequently found on that motor carriage. Why the Linear? Very sturdy but light motor carriage, more likely than most to survive that jump. What now? You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure.
The lieutenant looks on, waiting for you to wrap up your analysis.
He wants to talk.
Any theories about what happened here?
Some top-shelf shenanigans. I want to meet that driver and shake his hand.
What kind of car do you think it was?
It was a Linear G22.
That's quite likely, from what I can tell.
I have some ideas about who it might have been.
Oh.
It had to be someone really cool and courageous.
I suppose that narrows it down somewhat. Fortunately, we are not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder?
Nah, let's bring this amazing driver to justice.
If we must.
I'm not expecting him to get far with this, the lieutenant consoles himself. Yeah, I've never seen that part of the game before, it's cool. Also, there's a dude here. A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed Samaran butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk, and then nothing happens. So, push it harder! Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
The lieutenant hums to himself while staring at your activities. Release the lever. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning? Yeah, nothing happens. You sound so surprised that I am playing on a Saturday the game that I'm currently playing every Saturday. But we just found something I've never seen before in this game. We came here and we managed to do a visual analysis. You may not have seen this, South Robin. Can I bring it up again? A visual analysis of what happened to break this connection to the other side of the city. A car came screaming down, launched itself out of the crater onto the roof of the pawn shop, and then used the sloping panel at the end of the pawn shop as like a stunt ramp to perfectly clear the canal, while also knocking the sign into the middle of it, but landing on the other side and continuing its merry journey.
The lieutenant.
I mean, what a driving god.
Good morning to you, officers.
Has he got a knife?
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
His posture is relaxed. Despite his powerful build and the knife in his hand, this man resorts to physical intimidation only infrequently, if at all. First things first, what are you doing here, man on the waterlock?
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company, and eating his salami.
Snip, did you know that this guy was going to be Australian, or did you just make that reference because knife?
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer?
The man on the waterlock picks the skin off of a slice of salami and takes a sizable bite. Do you know what caused this wreckage?
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Rivershoal.
The words daredevil driver sound ominous to you.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here. Especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
What's with the lever that does nothing?
It's supposed to operate the waterlock, but as noted, it's all junk right now. Disabled because of the blockage.
Why is it disabled?
Safety measure. Turns out the panel needs a special key to be reactivated. Wouldn't want anyone moving the waterlock with debris still in the channel. It'll be restarted on Wednesday morning. You want to do the honors when the time comes?
Do I ever?
Great! Just drop in on Wednesday if you want to see the waterlock at work. They say the canal crew will be here at 7:15.
See if I can remember to do that. He cuts a fresh slice from his salami. I think if you go too late, it's just open, right? Do you know what's further down the coast?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it.
This guy's I don't know if this guy's actually Australian or British. There's some things he says that don't match up. But it's a very relaxed sort of accent, which brings it more in line with Aussie.
Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
What, that checks out. He's Revacholian. Oh, yeah, him and everyone else. Most of the people in this game are French, though. Can I have some of that salami?
Sure thing.
He cuts off a slice of salami.
Want some too, officer?
I'm gonna say probably not, but hey, look, if Kim's willing.
Why not?
Oh. The lieutenant ponders the offer for a moment and then decides to go for it. He takes a slice of salami from the man and chews on it. Well done, Kim. I like it when Kim's willing to do things. He's usually the nah, no thanks guy. Right, bye. As much as I appreciate a good voice of reason, it can get in the way of some interesting stuff. A sewer grate. Gateway to the river of filth. Alright, so we've got a pawn shop, and then we've got this fella. Let's talk to this fella first. We'll talk to him before we look at his stuff.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin.
The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here.
Okay, so his voice has changed. He used to be American. So long as this actor has the ethnicity that he is, like, whether this is his natural accent or the accent of, you know what I'm getting at here. I'm hoping this isn't a white guy doing a bad caricature. That's, please don't be that. What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer.
Knowing the Disco Elysium devs, I trust them that this voice actor is probably appropriate. It's just the reason why it's striking to me is because Sileng used to just have a very default. I wasn't aware he was ever being written out. They're replacing a lot of Simpsons voice actors. Dr. Hibbert is changing. They're basically bringing it all in line with not having white people voice their POC, which is fine. The problem is that it's not going to change perceptions because nobody watches The Simpsons. Like, in order for that to have an impact, what they would need to do would be to go to the classic episodes and replace the voices in them. I'd be with them if they did that. A lot of people would be like, "Oh, why would you go back and change the old stuff?" I'd be with them if they did. They're not going to do it because it's not going to make them any money. But whereas it will cost them a lot. But changing the voice actors of changing the voices of the Simpsons characters to be not racist in season 30 is going to matter not a jot because nobody watches season 30. The voice in your head that is Apu is always going to be Hank Azaria, and the only way to fix that would be to get someone else to deliver those classic lines, which they're not going to do. So it's kind of a too little too late to me. Better that they do it than that they ignore it and keep producing the show with the white actors. Sure, absolutely. I'm not saying that it's in any way a bad thing. It's just not nearly as impactful as it could have been if it was 20 years ago. Oh yeah, it's season 32 now. Anyway. From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging at the textiles hanging around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can clattering across the street can be heard. I'm self-conscious about... Someone told me that when I'm, like, reading stuff and narrating stuff, I have a habit of moving the pause between sentences from where it should be to after the first word. Like, I'll say, from out of the bay a cool wind gathers, it sweeps into the city. Like, apparently that's a thing I do that I haven't really thought about. Not every sentence, but for sentences that start with little words like that.
You're very cool.
Thank you, I
Bang,
agree.
bang, bang, bang.
What the fuck was that? He makes both hands into finger pistols and fires a few finger bullets into the air, which apparently includes saying bang, 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 bang in an excitable voice. I hope that was not a proposition. I'm not particularly interested in banging at the moment. Really? You think I'm cool?
Oh, yes. You got style. You got personal style. You know what you like.
So this is an Indian accent, I think. So yeah, so long as that is an Indian actor playing that character, this is all good. He surveys his consumerist kingdom with an air of satisfaction.
You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
He settles back into the pile of boxes he's sitting on. Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions. What kind of stuff are you selling here?
Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom.
Where did you get those comfy pants?
I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board.
Do you have a permit to sell all of this?
Good joke, officer. Here we don't have permits, just economic freedom. Take a look around.
He takes a deep breath. I mean, it is an upgrade. Like, this guy is very, very into his role and is doing a good performance. You glance around the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather, the sidewalks strewn with sunflower seeds, and the dust-choked air. You cannot find any updated voice actor credits, but your understanding is that the actors didn't change, even for those that sound wildly different. Yeah, I'm just gonna make a judgment call and say that you are incorrect. The paperwork might suggest that, but there is absolutely zero way that that is the same man playing Kuno, and if he is, then he needs to have his head re-examined.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
Kim, is it true he doesn't need a permit to sell?
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their shop whenever they feel like it.
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its law officials are so cool.
Wait, but what are we doing here if there are no permits?
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect the interests of property holders. I am not, however.
My man, officer, you make all this possible. Without you, this climate would be extremely bad for business. You're part of the Gossamer state.
So cool guys protect businessmen while everyone else lives in the ruins? I can think of cooler things.
Yeah, cool ruins. I get to sell quality goods like these by cutting out the middlemen. You don't have to rebuild your house, live in a crater, or in a tree. Where can you do that? Only here.
Is there a discount for cool officers like me?
No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale. Anything you want, 50% off.
Okay then.
Anything for you.
Anything for you. All of this is true, but the best story that I could ever tell is the one where I am growing old with you. Where are you from, Sealing? God, that sounded confrontational. It's the next question on the list, I'm sorry.
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
Yeah, but you're not a local, are you?
Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais, from the Sigai province of the Serais Empire. The apricot suzerainty, you know?
Why is it called that? Lots of apricots there?
The apricot suzerainty is what the Sigai archipelago is commonly known as in Revachol. It's a bit of a fraught term, I'm sure you understand.
Oh, yes?
No, apricots come from Seaguy. My grandma used to grow them. But Seaguy is a shithole. That's why I came to Revachol. Here's much better for an independent entrepreneur. Less laws.
Ah, yes, less laws. The mark of a wonderful nation.
Speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur? I send half my profits back to my grandma in Seaguy.
8% chance. Persuade him to give me some money. Do we have a way to increase our rhetoric? No. I could put a skill point into it. I got 3 again, and it is the commie skill. I do need to work on it. Well, let's
Everything's still
do an
cool here,
8% stab in the dark, and then if it fails, I'll give it a skill point, and we can add another with the little the chat boost. But I can't use the chat boost twice in a row without a cooldown, so I'll use it on the second try, which is the more likely to succeed. Yeah, evidently not, Sepher, but, you know, we can't fix that now. No need to dress this one up, just tell him what you want. You, I want your money, now.
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
I don't know, it was just the only thing I could come up with in my head to ask you. I need to get money somehow.
Ah, yes. Money is very important.
The street vendor nods, dead serious. Cobran, have you had a look at the new Disco Elysium? A lot of the voice actors have changed, and there's a lot more oomph to it, in my opinion. This guy's definitely a lot more into his role now.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe? If so, you're not doing a very good job.
Don't judge me, Kim.
Sorry, detective.
The man grins as if the entire incident is already forgotten. Alright. Level up our rhetoric.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Malaysian? Could be. Malaysian Indian. Still very unlikely to succeed, so let's get one more point using our little chat boost. Once again, you guys can choose a stat of mine to temporarily buff and one to temporarily lower. Up my intellect for rhetoric. Lower my whatever else you want, because it doesn't matter, and then I'll be able to do this better if it works. It worked! 28% chance. If we fail again, I'm not going to put more skill points in. Hey! Money! Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember? This is so anti my communist agenda, but still. Hey, you seem like a really successful entrepreneur. Would you like to support a member of the local police force?
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
Oh, think of it as an investment.
An investment?
Yeah.
What kind of investment?
Let's use our other option. Let's get a chat vote on dialogue. We either say it's an investment in me, a highly experimental human being. My risk-reward ratio is insane. I'm a policeman. It's an investment in good relations with the police department. Or a guy told me I need money to live, otherwise it's game over, and I don't want to die. You got 15 seconds to select an option, and it will be tallied, and then I will be told what is popular. We have a runaway lead in I don't want to die. How many votes is that? That got away from me. Because there were 6 votes at one point. Is that like 8? Yeah, 8. Guy told me I need money to live, otherwise it's game over and I don't want to die. A bold move! Let's see if it pays off.
Officer?
You said I was a cool cop, but it's not very cool to freeze to death on a cold park bench.
Okay, officer. I can't leave a man in need like that. How much do you need?
1 million real! That's the sucker's one, surely. We might get 10 out of him, but if we hit that, he'll give us fucking nothing, and he'll laugh. But do you guys want to see that anyway? have another vote. Yeah. Yeah, I really shouldn't be shocked. Alright. 1 million real.
Officer, do I look like
Oh.
I have that kind of money? Be reasonable.
Okay, then 10.
All right. This should help you get back on your feet.
Thank you. Come again? Alright, so he's got 3 little things that we can look at in his shop. Pile of clothes. There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes smelling of strangers' body odors.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
20 binary runs. We need, like, mere cents. How about some premium class service over here, like paying with net worth? Go over and ask him if you can do that. Browse through the box. You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy second hand. Keep the economy moving.
Try to find something worth salvaging from the pile of rags. Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport! All in different typefaces. This jacket is the apex of human evolution, the moment at which man became weatherproof. Practical, and yet it may deaden your senses to the world around you, possibly because of the awful typeface.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only 450 for you, sir.
Plus to composure, minus to shivers, 4 real 50. Nah, thanks! I'm not actually going to buy anything from him, but I do want to explore all the options. Found sneakers on a pedestal of speakers. You see 2 lowly defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found durable wear sneakers. Ultra series.
I can see you with taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
Speaking of luxury, you should go over and ask about paying for those sneakers with your net worth. Inspect the sneakers. A pair of Faln Ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochromed colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest Faln sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
Only? That's madness! Plus to reaction speed and hand-eye coordination, at the cost of encyclopedia. Inspect the speakers. These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable Faln Ultras atop them.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
But I already looked at the sneakers.
Then look at them again. These are the premium lifestyle sneakers, officer. The best on the market. No, don't look
Poor
at the
little
speakers,
speakers.
Look at
Pat the speakers.
No, don't pity them, officer. These are old Samaran garbage. Don't even look at them. No.
What about
don't
the
look at
speakers?
the
Doesn't anyone want the
officer.
speakers?
Look, these, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Can't I just buy the sad, conquered Samaran speakers?
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
That's why I want them. I think I might be lo-fi socialist junk myself.
No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale.
You don't even know what I am. I don't even know myself. I want the speakers.
Well, if you want them... But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Fuck you. There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box, a variety of shapes and colours.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
The vendor takes a pair of sunglasses and sticks them under your nose. Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over and ask him. Okay, savoir-faire! Jesus Christ, I'll ask him! after this, try the shades on. Abort! These are hideous! What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 Real and 50 cents.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggy eyes.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
You're right, I'm too sensible for these.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
Let's go a-rummaging. These are all boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap ceramic plastic, the kind of plastic that melts in the sun.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, super material, very cool. UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Conceptualization. Is there anything I can do for that skill? There is. I can put a shirt on.
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
17%. This isn't important enough for me to do the chat thing. No luck. All you find is this lime-coloured cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere 6 Real.
Kim, are firefights something we should be prepared for?
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
Now, this one's actually good because it has no debuff. It's just a pure perception increase. Problem is it costs $6, and I need all of my bucks in order to not die at the end of the day.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Where's the
Only
savoir-faire
the cooler
option?
Anything. Me? It's very...
Guess not. Alright. You really wanted me to pay for things with my net worth, but apparently I can't. So, my hope is that there is going to be a boule in this pawn shop, but there may not be, and if so, we'll have to leave the two old men for a little while longer. Some kind of machine. An antique cash register. Mostly military wear, with a few more eccentric fashions thrown in. A bust of a woman. The plaque simply says, "Gay!" In the dark, a film projector is whirring away. Welcome to the pawn shop. Now I'm very interested to see what this guy's voice sounds like, because he had a reasonably distinct voice before, and I'll be curious if it changes.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop.
Yeah, this guy's the same. The man at the counter turns to you slowly.
What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop. Sorry, I feel like I'm interrupting you. Whose house is it? I don't know. I think I know where it is. We'll do it after this.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately. RCM or otherwise.
I doubt it, South Robin. The task was always there. I think that particular task, you have to do it before a certain day or else it doesn't work anymore. And that's what happened to me the first time. But it's always been in the game.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travellers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Typical vacuous consumerist objects.
It keeps me entertained.
Entertained? He might be high! If he is, on what? Well, that's a confident-looking check right there. There's something I'd like to sell.
Let me have a look.
I'd like to sell my clothes.
I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. And especially that tie. It swallows photons around it. I have no need for necrotic objects.
Sorry?
Your mother is a necrotic object! I'm fun! Look at me sparkle in the light of the projector!
Cobram, when you played this game, did you get the talking tie? Because the talking tie in the Final Cut version is amazing and is the best voice in the game. I have some armor.
Alright, let's see it.
Boots!
Oh no, 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 no. I don't need bloodthirsty mercenaries knocking on my door looking for their missing toys. Besides, this gear costs a fortune. There's no one in Martinez with that kind of money.
It feels like he would have accepted the risk if he hoped to profit from it. It's not greed, though. Deep down, he's a gambler, provided the stakes are sufficiently interesting. Hey, Kim, look over there, something cool. Hey, I have a fascinating photo of a corpse here.
Oh, no. I don't like those kinds of objects. No sale.
Do you know what the tattoos mean, though?
Aphotic paths, counter-radiance networks, anti-magnetism. It's darkness. That's all I know. Sell me something lighter.
I will sell you a lighter. No, I'll check my pockets.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
We can sell the photo of Renee and his girlfriend for $1.25. Nope. No, that's too cold. I will sell this unimportant postcard for $4.50. I don't have anything to sell at the moment other than that.
Another time, perhaps.
Indeed. Do you know anything about the traffic menace on the loose? Maybe thumped into your ceiling a couple days past.
Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive.
Why not?
I just don't like it very much. Movement on the road never really gelled well with the movement of my thoughts.
Fair enough. But didn't you hear it when the traffic menace drove over your roof?
Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night. Some kind of powerful electric vortex hitting the shop, and then moving on.
Moving on. Moving on.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
Indeed. A vortex. Sounds fascinating.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. I didn't really know what to make of it, but I know it meant something.
You might be able to aid our investigation.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Do you know anything about the recent hanging?
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
No one likes to see what you have to see every day. Sephir, I did similar, but thankfully I've already done a playthrough in which I was too scared to sell anything, so now I know that the postcards are worth jack shit, other than the money you can get from Roy. Do you know anything about the Wild Pines rep that's in town?
Can't say I'm a huge admirer of Wild Pines, and I can't say I trust any silver-tongued spokesperson of theirs. Fortunately, I have no reason to get involved.
Fair enough. I, for one, am a huge admirer of Nevermoon and her silver-tongued spokesperson. I don't know. I don't think you have a spokesperson, do you? Just someone who goes around and says good things about you. I certainly don't count. I mostly just make fun of your eyesight. But perhaps you deserve one. A spokesperson, that is. What do you have against Wild Pines?
What should I have for it?
Have you met the Wild Pines rep?
No, just people like that make everyone else see the world somewhat askew. at an angle that is convenient for them. Now, you have more questions, or are we?
That's all I've got.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
By the way, do you happen to have any guns? Like the ones carried by officers of the citizens' militia?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
What? Half-Light agrees with me. What? Sold?
The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
Wait, I sold you my gun.
You,
With Kim here too? That just sounded really, really bad.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
Was the buyer a policeman too?
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the Citizens Militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Well, when you put it like that, Kim, I sound like an idiot. I don't want to sound like an idiot. There's only one explanation. She must be one of my rabid fans.
In that case, she'll be happy to get a visit from us, if we can find her.
Any idea where I can find this gun buyer?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
So we're looking for Cotton-Eye Joe. An armed and dangerous Cotton-Eye Joe. Hope you weren't planning on getting married, friends. A needle in a haystack. There's nothing you can do about it right now. You'll just have to hope Everett wasn't lying and the Union can track her down in time. Cotton Eye Josette. Have people from Everett Clare's Union come here to track that gun?
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I have a police weapon to sell. I told them I already sold it. They went their way. It was a trip, but you know, all sorts of people come here, asking for all sorts of things.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
At least I know how I lost my sidearm. Let's talk about something else.
Of course. Sure, man.
92% chance now. We actually got a buff to our electrochemistry test. Is Roy high? And if yes, what's he on? Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light while the mind continues to race forward? Lucky bastard. He's probably on pyrrolidon. It's tough to come by on the street. What's that? Oh, it's a drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow. Let's not bullshit him. So, where does a guy get pyrrolidon these days?
How would I know?
Chill out, man. I'm just a chill-out cop who wants some of what you're having.
Pyrrolidon is just something since the People's Pile disaster.
The People's Pile disaster? What was that like? mass hemorrhoid epidemic.
I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. Had to take it for radiation sickness.
Anybody else have any other suggestions for what people's pile means? We've got orgy, hemorrhoids, and wrestling. Sounds like an awkward party. He's taking it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days. What is the people's pile?
A bad idea.
Oh.
Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too.
What about this emergency relief brigade?
We were an all-volunteer force. Self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill.
Tried. Tough son of a gun, this one. Respect.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance. Didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out.
Didn't we make the decision last time to not do the drugs and start on improving the arc of Harry's life? We decided not to do speed. There are 4 drugs in this game, and there are 4 separate conversations to be had about them. We decided to keep the smokes up.
There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick.
Must have been tough. Radioactive cleanup.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened. And why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment. And early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could.
Really rather not hear about early deaths from cancer at the minute. Whose fault was it that the generator failed?
No one's. Everyone's.
He sighs and shakes his head. It's gone to plaid! So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
Big boom. How'd you end up running a pawn shop, which again sounds very odd in my accent?
The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forburg as I can. Still in the same city, but...
Well, that was... bright and cheery. Thank you for telling me.
I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man. Care to share your Pyrrolodon with me? I'm not necessarily gonna do it, but I'll ask.
Have you tried it before?
The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks on display. Looks like he doesn't want to get involved.
Go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you can walk straight, I don't care. I haven't. But don't worry, I can take it.
If you say so. Here you go, man.
He presents a large cap-shaped object in the palm of his hand. Very odd-looking. Yes, darling, that's the coalition government-ordained Pyrrolodon! Straight into your gut! Not so sure about this. Wait, why wouldn't I be sure? Because it's an anti-radiation drug and you're a cop, not a post-apocalyptic scavenger? Thank you.
Of course.
A pretty little puck-shaped cap of purple liquid that can bring on anything from hot flashes to military-grade psychosis. With sufficient tolerance, however, it can make any weather feel balmy, if only for a little while. It increases your psyche at the cost of a point of health. Just because we have the drugs in our hand doesn't mean we're going to take them. Sell it back to him. That's... Yeah, we could do that. Or we could sell it to someone else. don't actually know that we can sell it to anyone else, but still. There's a... Interesting. We can go back to Gaston Martin for the sandwich now, and we can also do a logic check on Kim. And we still got that composure check with Renee. We've also got the mirror, which we don't want to do, and we've got Measurehead if we feel like becoming a racist. Does anybody here want to become a racist? Raise your hand if you'd like to become a racist, everybody. You know, so I can ban you.
Hello, hello.
Alright, 3 things to check on in this store. A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. Let your gaze run over the streetlight. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. Is that a streetlight?
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
Where did you get this? And if your response is a deadpan "from the street," I will not be amused.
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property.
He leans in so the pawnbroker doesn't hear him. There's a loophole in that, Gav. Someone can't become a racist if they already are one. I'm not one, by the way. Isn't it, like, isn't there a fairly compelling school of thought that, like, if you're white, then you are a racist because that's just what the culture and the upbringing and the internalized attitudes and thoughts have done to you, and that you can spend every day working on becoming less so, but to suggest that you're not is a little short-sighted and lacking in responsibility. But if we're speaking in terms of racist lorry driver level racists, open, admitted, intentional, deliberate racism, then no. Everybody who wants to become... The buzzsaws will pass over everyone's head. Very good. Foreigners have no business in Revachol because Revachol's economy is so fucked that nobody has any money to buy anything. So by business, you mean, like, financial business. And it's not because foreigners specifically don't have business in Revachol. It's because no one has business in Revachol because Revachol is business adjacent. Right. We're not here to investigate the theft of a street lamp. Well, you know, I'm still curious.
You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
Yeah, it's nice. How much for the streetlight?
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
A bargain? No, it's not. He's trying to sweet-talk you into buying trash. Are you out of your mind? There's one just like that on every corner.
The light has undergone 3 transformations, and every transformation, large or small, has a price tag.
He rests his elbows on the counter and brings his face closer to the glass. What do you mean, transformations?
Well, there are the cost of removal and rewiring.
He throws you a look of weary patience.
The most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
Is anything like a morphogenic field? I've seen someone buy this. I don't know how you can get 700 real in this game, but I've seen someone buy this, and it is an anti-climax, the likes of which would make Brian Clevenger jealous. It is amazing. He's just like, yep, you own the streetlight now. You're like, can I take it with me? No, it's huge. You'll just have to keep it here until you've got like a truck or something. But it's yours. Well done. The boom boxes on the shelf look well-loved, well-travelled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels. Stand on the tips of your toes to see more. One especially catches your eye, deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boom box that says, Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Gold and orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it. Shopkeep, this Stereo 8 approved machine here.
Is the Harman Welshi W2.
Welshi?
Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
We're gonna want this eventually. What I really want to know is, could this come in handy during my police work?
If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
Like at a beach party, with sand and sun and seagulls dancing on the breeze. Theoretically, could I bring it to a beach party, Kim?
Theoretically, yes. But we don't have time right now. It's generally murder investigation first, then beach party.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a beach. Like with a boombox like that, I can bring the party into the streets.
You can play it any way you like. And I guess since you're a police officer, no one can arrest you for it.
Right. Okay, let's go and start blasting out caramel dancing at the local funerals. Are you sure this is all in working order?
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
God, you're boring. That's all then. And then we have this shelf. You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table, some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, and then use it to win her back. Win her back? Yes! Buy something nice! A figurine! This sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy. Inspect the knights on horseback. Big men on big horses, clad in lamellar armor and carrying flintlocks. The kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye. Who are they?
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
Kim, you're very serious about everything. A long, long time ago. Blue uniforms. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets. Wait, this looks like Rene, the old guy who was playing petanque.
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
Ha! Yeah. Are these royalist soldiers?
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
Inspect the figurines in rags. This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, most of them carry pistols, some even shovels and tall sticks. Are these the communists?
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes?
Yep.
Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
Holy shit. I'm gonna pick the commie line here, but fuck, I wish I could pick the capitalist line here just because of the turn of phrase here. It is impossible to win against the cohorts of capital. Ask my friend Gart, whose bitch it made me. It is meant to give people hope. Even we can do it. We can do it. We can do it. I can't do it. We can do it. I can't do it. It's meant to give people hope.
Maybe.
He seems to have his own take on the conflict played out in perpetuity by these toys. Might be interesting to find out what it is. Let's adjust for interfacing. Can we? Okay, we already have. We've got the +1 from the yellow gardening gloves. Well, in that case, let's get a chat boost. If you can up my motorix, which is very low, dig up a truly cool figurine in the box under the table. Please, please, please give me cheats. Be The strong arm that carries me through this wasteland of video gamery. 58%. No! Everything you pick out seems faded, chipped, and sad somehow. Most of them are just broken toys. Perhaps we'll come back sometime.
Hello, hello.
Nope. Nothing new to ask him. It's funny, that's twice today that my skills have, like, hinted at a new chat option, and then I've gone to talk to the person they hinted at, and there's nothing there. Kind of frustrating. Well, we didn't find any bowls. I don't know where we're supposed to get a bowl for the players here, but we've managed to reappear both of their stat checks. Let's see what we can do. It's composure for you and rhetoric for you. I think we're already at... yeah, the best buff we can get. I mean, technically we could up our rhetoric by smoking a cig, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to avoid abusing substances where possible. I might smoke, or I might... Actually, it's speed for this, isn't it? I should have done speed, just for the... the ability to put more work into my... Like, for example, I can't do anything to my perception anymore, and I'd like to be able to. Oh well. Let's take a look at Gaston.
Officer, the mere sight of police.
Yeah, that's a 3%. It's not going to bloody work.
Vigilance officer.
This one's at 8%. I need the fucking ball. I need the ball. I need the ball. I need the ball. There's no point in trying with these guys until I have the ball. This isn't a real character. This guy just says random shit. The book appears to be erotica, but without actual erotica. The bookshop sequence is rather lengthy, so let's leave that for now. Though it does give me a... We should go in there to get the map, actually. So we can find our map of Revachol in there. We'll do the bookshop itself, we just won't go further. First, let's talk to you. You see a sturdy woman humming to herself. She seems to be browsing books. Good one?
Yes? Hello?
She nods, attention firmly focused on reading. Who are you?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
Well, a working class woman is something to be. She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. What are you doing?
Looking for something to read.
Good. Good.
It is.
I'm a policeman.
I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
Good then.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need the help of a policeman?
What with?
She tries hard to focus on the bookstand. Help her by carrying things? Maybe she needs a weightlifter? Maybe she needs you to fight her husband? No, that's not it. Maybe your husband is missing.
My husband? No, he's not.
So where could he be?
I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends? Working?
Where is this going, officer?
So what I'm hearing is you don't really know where your husband is.
Yes, but... I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time.
Wouldn't you like to?
No.
She looks it straight into the eye. Her right foot is tapping nervously. I can totally help you find your missing husband.
Why are we still talking about this? I haven't lost my husband.
Kids are always going missing. Weak, pathetic kids. Always getting themselves killed. What the fuck, physical instrument? Maybe your children are missing.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so where are they?
Are you a policeman or a nanny?
Nanny, where are they?
They are not missing, sir.
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking, giving the ladder of vices a chance. What if something horrible has happened? What if they're dead? That's the bad vibe you got before. What if they're in the sewers?
What? That's just My daughters are perfectly fine. They're with their friends down in Jamrock. There's nothing to worry about.
What's Jamrock? Is that another word for the sewers?
They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me protecting them from everything now.
What is this doubt you have then? Something has happened here. I'm afraid the danger is now greater than ever. Tell me, how old are they?
My youngest girl, Jolie, is just shy of 16. Jenny, she is turning 18 next month. But we shouldn't even be talking about them.
And can you describe their appearance? Any features that stand out? Something to make identifying a little
Why do
easier.
you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly told you that they're not missing? That they're in Jamrock, safe and well, at some stupid party.
A party at 11 in the morning? Did someone say, party? You could use a party. Hunt it down! I could do with a party. A killer party, not a lame-o one.
A killer party? What is it with you and Pulp Staples? My god. Please, no more talk about my daughters. They are fine.
Okay. Maybe your cockatoo is missing.
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo here.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get like this. It's better to indulge him at this point.
Ma'am, I was asking about your cockatoo. Is it missing?
I don't even have a cockatoo. And guess what?
What?
Even if I had, it wouldn't be missing.
All right, cockatoo not missing. I just wanted to make sure.
Great.
What did you mean by me being a cockatoo?
Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested. There's a great book in the bookstore.
Books? Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain, or your heraldic bird? Actually, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Thanks for the tip.
Wonderful. The store is open.
Watch her browse books.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking.
An array of neurons fires up with joy. Bummer a cigarette lest it turn to pain. Do you smoke?
No, I don't.
I know for a fact that you smoke.
Why do you think that I smoke?
I suspect I may possess supernatural abilities.
No, you don't.
Just give me a cigarette, please.
I already told you I don't have any. Go bother someone else.
She's lying. She's goddamn lying. She has smokes! Do you know where I could get a new pack?
From the kiosk? There's one near the harbor. It's Frita. You can look it up.
Okay, thanks. No problem.
She sighs.
That's all for the moment. I'll let you read.
The woman before you nods and returns to her reading.
The book says you must attain a Franco-Nigerian hard body at the nearest gym. Wasn't there a murder over there like a week ago? Yeah, I need another case. I need to diversify. Hello, child.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
A young girl with chubby red cheeks waves at you, smiling. Her nose is also red from the cold. Hello. I am the law. Hi. What to say hi?
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
What kind of a store is this, anyway?
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Hold your horses, little girl. What is a book?
That is a book. They have stories inside them. It's like someone told you a story in a really long letter.
What is a postcard?
A postcard is a small cardboard picture. You can write a few words on the other side and send it to your friend or beloved.
What is a board game?
Board games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time. There are several different ones, but sailors here mostly buy cards.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know?
Yes, I have questions. Is it okay if I ask one, including this one?
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
You wouldn't happen to know about a good fridge somewhere? Maybe one that's big enough to fit a corpse?
A fridge?
Yeah, like a big fridge a cop could put a dead body into.
You mean like the ice bear fridge?
The what?
Man, that's scary.
Ice bear fridge?
Yes, like a bear, but white. There's a fridge below the building in the basement, with red glowing eyes. I went back there once, behind the bookstore. Mum doesn't want me to go there anymore. Not that I want to. It was pretty scary.
And there's a big fridge there.
Yes.
How do I get inside the building?
That's a problem. The only way in is through the bookstore, but my mum is pretty strict about not letting anyone in. But I don't know. You're a policeman. Maybe you can convince her somehow. Anyway.
She looks around again, her nose red from the cold. What's your name?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside, minding the register, or organising the stock.
The girl gazes at the window and then suddenly jolts, her eyes wide, as if recalling something.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
And you're standing out here in the cold and rain because...
I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance and biographies of famous people.
I could help by brutally dismantling the free market.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad to help Mum out with the store.
Doesn't seem to understand what you said. Shouldn't you be in school or something?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
Isn't going to school more important than this?
Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
Yes, hello. Child services? I have something to report. How's the business going?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second. Some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders. Cursed in what way?
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
Arse up.
I wouldn't really say it like that, but I guess so.
Sounds rather serious. I should probably look into this.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case. But I don't see much more to look into here.
Yeah, well... my eyesight's better than yours, so shut up and follow me.
Yes, please do look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games you asked about are also there, sir.
What do you know about the other failed businesses?
Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there.
Are you aware of what sneak around means, Annette? Normally, if you're going to be sneaking around, you don't need to get Mummy's permission first. How does this curse manifest itself?
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about whether it's appropriate to stand out in the freezing weather.
But Kim, the plasmic manifestations!
No such thing.
Okay.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir?
Enough about the curse. For now.
Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
She looks at your shaved, prickly chin. It distinctly contrasts with the oily button chops that surround it. What is this crime business?
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Wait, not crime fiction. I need to know what crime is. My head is that bad.
Crime is what we were solving before this conversation began.
Why would anyone want to read about crimes?
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him.
Sorry, you suggested that the police are the good guys. I'm a policeman myself, by the way.
You don't look much like a policeman.
She examines you, as if to find something policeman-like. Well, what does a cop look like then?
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
She points to a book cover on which you see a strapping Vespertine officer. He stands grimly over the body of a dead woman. It's not your body that's important in police work anyway, it's your... mind.
Head? Yes.
No. Your resilience. Grit. A total disregard for personal safety. You gotta take the pain. This Mullen guy looks like he's run to his mom. Ain't got no balls.
That's a bit childish.
A dick with no balls. BAM! Mullen's no real deal. He's got nothing on me. Nope, that's too much. I don't want to say that to a little girl. Chat vote. Do we say it to the little girl? Hello, Mew. How you doing? We are deciding if we want to... Okay. Oh! Oh, you pulled out just in time. Common sense won the day, and we're not going to talk about a dick with no balls to a young girl.
Say what, sir?
Nothing, forget it. Dick Mullen sucks is what I meant.
Of course, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
The cover image of Dick Mullen seems to stare at you with harsh disapproval. What is romance?
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man.
She smiles at the thought, perhaps imagining herself in that situation.
Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
Do I realise what I just what did I just yell? Dick Mullen sucks? That's his name, Dick Mullen, and he sucks. What about when both of the men are bad?
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
What if it's written really well?
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
What about a poor man getting a rich lady?
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something.
I see.
Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
What about when everyone is poor?
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Sometimes you have to write about real life things.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
What about a book where the man and lady business doesn't work out at all?
I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
Yeah? You think she has one about an excruciatingly painful breakup?
I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though.
No, think about it. One in where they plunge into a torrid spiral of pain and recrimination, only it's really long and drawn out, scarred for life, phantom limb.
No, I don't know.
You could take this blossom like a pain flower. Yeah, and it just drags on for years and years with no resolution in sight.
The girl is at a loss for words.
Each of you just, filling with resentment and bitterness for having ruined each other's lives.
She shifts and sways on her feet, looking confused and uncomfortable.
Each of you tearing at the other's innards, leaving a gaping emptiness, a vacuum heart that still hurts ceaselessly.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know how to help you.
I don't need help, I need a real book that tells it how it is, not this drivel. Why can't you help me? I'm beyond help, right?
Sir, sorry, sir. I'm still little. I can't...
It's time to leave it be. You're about to make a child cry. Are you proud of yourself? Not a single shred of pride remains in me. Right, activate denial mode. Damn right I am, proud as the Lion of Cerber, or don't worry, just got a bit carried away. Let's back up out of this. She nods enthusiastically, obviously relieved. Yeah, let's not throw the entire weight of our traumatic breakdown at a 12-year-old. That's enough romance for me. I had other questions.
Maybe some about other books?
Who are these famous people?
Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them.
She scratches her cold-reddened cheek, then continues.
I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Can I become famous by reading one of these books?
I don't know about that, but I imagine life is great when you're famous.
They're all dorks. Fame sounds delicious. Maybe someone will write a book about me one day.
Why would they do that, sir?
Because I'll be a superstar cop in the papers and everything. That'll show them.
That's so cool. Maybe they'll make you a book cover picture and everything. Standing over a dead body, holding a gun.
I'd be standing looking up at a dead body. It'd be hanging from a tree, I think. Who is that? Point to the woman over there.
Oh, that's Auntie Billy. She's nice if a bit distressed.
Why is she distressed?
I think she is a bad husband. Not very nice or helpful.
Hope he's not missing. Stop calling me sir. I am but a working man.
No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to refrain from it. It's already tiring enough to remember to say it all the time. It's nice of you to say I could stop, though.
I get you. I, for example, can't stop making this face.
That's a friendly enough face, most of the time.
Okay, I am going to deduce something now. I'm going to summon up all my composure. I'm even going to get my chat to help me. Increase my motorics if you can, and then decrease whatever you want, because it doesn't matter. And hopefully we can get a slightly better than 58% chance. Turn it from even into possible. Hi! Yeah, that one's a good one. It goes from 58 to 72. It feels quite nice. Alright. Press and button. Wow! You failed to deduce anything substantial.
She waits intently.
I am a detective. I deduce that you are very small.
Come on, don't be silly. That's not a proper deduction.
Okay, bye. I'll just go over here and be sad then. While my morale just fucking just craters. Jesus Christ. This girl made me hurt myself twice. Fan-damn-tastic. Perhaps we'll work on her a little later. Gift books and molten candy. Now, as I say, I don't want to completely do everything here just yet. Old sports magazines tucked away in a dark corner. The book collects the national recipes of Arda. They are all about lake trout. We will talk to her, though.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance.
The clerk extends a greeting.
Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
A golden pendant hangs around the woman's neck in the shape of what looks like a tiny fish head trapped in amber. Before we go on, you seem to be well off enough. Can you give me some money? I feel like there won't be an opportune moment to ask later. What does chat think? Do we open with that, or do we compose some dignity and ask about the pendant or something else? So far, so shameless, everybody! Fucking alright then. Can I have some money?
Sir, don't be ridiculous. I certainly will not give you money. I would be doing you a grave psychic disfavour. One has to earn one's success, even if one is a police officer. Handouts are nothing but manipulation. All they do is make you dependent.
Son, you got destroyed there. What an idiot you are. Curious pendant you're wearing.
Oh yes, helps to have an anchor in these times.
She clutches the pendant and narrows her eyes as well. So are you the owner of this store?
I am. The proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Little shop of culture, little shop. Her voice is high-pitched, as if to give it more penetration. Sorry, what? I'm looking for a book about cockatoos.
A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
What if I want to buy a book?
Then why are you talking to me? Everything is on the shelves to browse. Don't you feel compelled to buy anything? See those shelves there? Go. Be drawn.
She fiddles with her pendant, then waves her fingers at you. What type of books do you have?
Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
All right, I'll take a look.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
The girl outside mentioned this place is cursed.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
This woman is like 3 different annoying Harry Potter characters at once. Your daughter is the one standing outside the store, right?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post, doing her job like a proper girl?
She's like if somebody threw Rita Skeeter, Umbridge, and Moaning Myrtle into, like, a fusion tank, and then they came out as this woman. Yes, of course she was at her post doing her job like a proper girl.
Wonderful! Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great! On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Yeah, I'm not going to grade a human being. I don't do that.
Come now, it's not personal. It's about proper sales practices and market research. I expect an answer.
10 then, because if I say anything other than that, then you're probably going to be a bitch at her.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as Mayonette.
I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labour.
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening.
Depends. How much do you pay the kid?
Good, sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it for her, as a fund. She's securing her financial future out there.
Oh, I guess I was mistaken. That's all I can say?
Indeed. Are we done with the jokes now?
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
The way you're handling her strikes me as wrong.
Mind your own business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise their children.
Actually, they do.
It's none of your or anyone's business.
No, they do. See, that's the thing, they do. You might say that you would rather that they didn't, but in fact, anyone can say anything they like to you at any time. The difference is that you don't have to listen. You can walk away. But you can't actually stop me from looking you in the eye and telling you that you're a terrible mother and you should be ashamed of yourself. The best you can hope to do is to place yourself into a building that I can't enter without trespassing, so that I can't reach you to tell you that. If you're in a public place, and this is your building, but you haven't kicked me out yet, technically I could say that to you over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, partially because it's true, but also because you can't stop me. You shit mother. Okay, let's change the subject.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
Some people shouldn't be parents. I know, I'm one of them. However, she's worse. I was told there's a huge fridge in the building's cellar. Can you take me there?
A fridge? No, I don't know anything about a fridge. Aren't you interested in books?
Alright, farewell for now, book peddler. This is the button we need to click on in order to continue that thread, but I don't want to do that yet. I would like to explore Martinez further more. So, but we'll do a quick check of all of the books and stuff, because there is one thing I want, and we'll just become aware of what's available in here otherwise. Same as any other shop, there's a number of clickables. A small mountain of colourful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise. Storekeep, what board games do you have here?
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography. Raubritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family? Wow, I have children? A family? Oh shit, I'm dying. It certainly feels like whatever you are will die with you. I don't feel as if I have any kids.
Friends are technically like family.
She fiddles with her pendant, thinking.
For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
So what about all those Wirral things?
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all.
Personally, I don't like you not at all. In fact, I'd very much enjoy yeeting you into the sun, but sometimes we just have to put up with things we don't like much, plaisance.
I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. that they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them, though.
Bitch, if I told you that there was a magic ritual you could do right now that would summon a money tree that would just keep giving you money over and over again every day, you would not only take that, but you would fucking take down the ritual details and then you would try to sell them to other people as well. So that they could then spend the money from their trees on your shop. An endless variety of sourcebooks, lawbooks, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. All about the protagonist of Valkyria Chronicles 1, I guess. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katuak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a pick-your-path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Anything that really catches my eye? There's a box that says Wirral 3rd edition Mega Settings Supplements module. The side panel notes a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. Nonsense for anemic binoclards. 25 real. Jesus, no thank you. We've got one more heal, Topaz. And if we lose that, then I'll go to Frit and buy some, because we do have a bit of leeway spending money. The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hjelmdal somewhere. This is entirely, completely you. You have found the right books. Storekeep, tell me about the Muscle Man books.
Oh, Man from Hjelmdal. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books.
Why are they so popular?
Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
Sounds good. Which one should I start with?
What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hjelmdalaman, the man from Hjelmdal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Let's look through the display. Rows and rows of Hjelmdalaman blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hjelmdal and the Mammoth Riders, Man from Hjelmdal, Return to Hjelmdal, and the solipsistic Man from Hjelmdal and the Hjelmdal Man. Good God, how many are there? Maybe 100? Man from Hjelmdal and the Sages at the End of the World. Man from Hjelmdal and the False God. Man from Hjelmdal and the Scorched Earth. Man from Hjelmdal, the Hjelmdal Colonies. Man from Hjelmdal and the Swamp Beast. Man from Hjelmdal and the Snow Crabs. Those snow crabs are worse than they sound. Is that all? Not even close. Man from Hjelmdal in Hell. Man from Hjelmdal in the Forest of Slaves. Man from Hjelmdal and Under the Lake. Man from Hjelmdal, Hjelmdal Burning. Man from Hjelmdal and the sudden urge to subscribe to Gavarok on Twitch. There's even The Trial of Death, a pasternal combat game book set in the world of Hjelmdaler Man, and so much more. Do any of the books call out to me? Man from Hjelmdal 358 over 2 days. It's pretty good. Watch out, radioactive Hjelmdal Man! What? That was a 90%. I rolled snake eyes. God, nothing of interest. Only silence and the cosmic background pain radiation. It's not important. Probably wouldn't have bought it anyway. These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over. Storekeep, what's all this crime fiction?
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out.
You know that he's not actually solving any real-world crimes, right?
You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Sex crimes did pique your interest, but still, this Dick Mullen person only gets your pleasure centers down. Look through the display of books. Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes and the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. Furthermore, they have no idea how hard it is to simply remove a body from a tree. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives, not to mention all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of the books found on this shelf? Sure. You see, Dick Mullen on the Job, Get Me Mullen, The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen, Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard, The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen, A Killing is Declared, Dick Mullen in the Murder House, The Final Case of Dick Mullen, an obvious lie, Dick Mullen in the Dick Mullen in the Clock Tower, The Ordeals of Dick Mullen, Dauntless Dick, Dick Mullen's Funeral Pyre, The Murder of Dick Mullen. Dick Mullen dies? Oh no, turns out he faked it to solve a case. Cool, are there any more? Yes, there's also The Dame Who Did It, Farewell My Mullen, faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series, The Morbid Tales of Dick Mullen, A Dark Tide Turns, Tragedy Calls for Dick Mullen, another one with fake death, and of course, Dick Mullen the Murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen? Oh my god, stop dying! Your attempt to grasp at the answer fails. It seems very close by, pulsating just out of reach. Okay. I need to go buy morale medication. Because this is fucking atrocious. This bookshop has assaulted me. I have been attacked by a bookshop. I don't know how to process that. It's got nothing to do with my intellect. It's my psyche, my volition. I could put a point into volition to add to my morale tracker. But I have 4 points of morale, it's just that 3 of them have been damaged. Here's the meds, I believe. $2.50 for 3 charges. We'll take it.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Because we're already still above the 20 threshold, and I'd really prefer to not die. I do not have any interest in taking this baseless heckling from Mew Mew.
Hello again, sir.
Yeah. Thought maybe talking to the mother would unlock that check again, but it didn't. Okay. It's a tome of fascist magic. Rather candid. A quaint picture book brochure, very colourful. From A to Zhreek, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo. A sulphur-crested cockatoo sits in the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out to the book title. From A to Zhreek, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo. Flip through the pages. Turns out there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have behavioural problems. What about this guide to cockatoos, storekeeper?
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
Let us attempt to steal the guide to cockatoos. 42% chance. We can't get chat to help me, apparently. We're still waiting on the cooldown for that. Fine. Oh, stop! No! No! Is there an autosave when I walked in here? It's from fucking 10 minutes ago. God damn it. Slowly, you move your hand toward the Tome of Cockatoos. Before you reach the book, you're interrupted.
Do we really need to do this? I think not.
That is an absolutely fucking disastrous amount of morale damage. I have 6 health, and none of it has been damaged, by the way. Plaisance is so awful, I'm losing the will to live. I'm not spending 4 real on the book. I may later, but not right now. The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell. Anything of note in this shelf, Storekeep?
I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power.
What's an innocence?
A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education. The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things.
I thought it was about which of these innocences is the coolest and greatest.
Perhaps for a layman, deep analysis is necessary to peel back the multi-layered meanings.
So you recommend it?
Certainly. It's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside. Well, we'll look through the display. Browsing through all the books with their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob and Alfie Delatraz by one Cecilia Averbrook. High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top Ternay racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver Jacob His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other. Next to that, the Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a run-down drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
Make up your mind. Jesus. Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez. The large map of Insulinda displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is Les Cailloux, you are here. Another, far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile du Fantôme. Orzon, Laurentide, Fès-à-la-Mer, archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the colour fades to a blur of dotted lines. Black and white. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Cailloux, in a bookstore. It's you. Radiating outwards from you, the suzerain Revachol, with a radius of 80 kilometres. Still, the crown jewel of this Isola would be barely visible. Squint first. Can you say cities on the islands? You can. On Cailloux, Revachol, a single black star. On Ozon, Fond de l'Air and Vermandeur. On archipelagos, Croyant-Moraine, Villiers. On Seminine, Olduvai. And on Laurentide, Diora of the Seven Seas. Look at the edges. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Mundi is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Siol is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds, worlds past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea where they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away. Perhaps they are gods. Gods of distance and outer dust. Look at the map of Revachol. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by a delta of the river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the centre, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Maris, the suburbs of Saint Baptiste, swallowed up in the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East. West of the river is Couronne. It's somewhere to live, not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It is bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Faubourg, almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst. And Martinez? So small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait, there it is. North of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the greater Revachol Industrial Harbour. Looks downright despondent. It almost is Coal City, to be honest. No. Coal City is worse. A charred limb. Rain falls on its slick black streets. And then there's the burnt-out quarter in the heart of Jamrock. Is it cold in this bookstore, or is it just you? The map of Martinez isn't really a map, it's a tourist thing, a picture postcard with buildings on it drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbour, even the whirling in rags there. Storekeep, can I buy these maps?
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Why is the map of Martinez so cheap?
That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
We've seen the horse statue. We've looked at the coin-operated viewer. We've even seen a particularly interesting example of a street lamp. What happened then?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
I am fucking well not going to try and steal this, because I've already been burned enough. 90 cents is much better than the cost of the Cockatoo book anyway. Buy the map.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
Another boring book, just discarded here. This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biography of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature. Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It is about wholeness, unity, balance. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services. How does that work? It serves platitudes while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything, though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place. It's your own fault if you're ill. Got it. Does the book say anything else? The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Ceres tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases pre- and post-factum apply. Nothing worth buying. This is just mundane garbage. What is even paranatural about this? Storekeep, what books are these?
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
Find something truly otherworldly. If we fail this, I'm retiring. I will end the stream right now and retire. I'm really, really glad I didn't have to put my money where my mouth was there, because that would have been really, really shit. The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pale. What's the pale? The book contains very little explanation on the matter. This knowledge seems to be taken for granted. What's this book about? The book contains descriptions of various pseudo-scientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pale, also known as le traitoire. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik, or a hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near pale. Even better if you can find someone else, preferably a large man dressed in nothing but a towel, to thrash you while you're spread naked and helpless on a cool slab. Sounds painful. It is supposedly invigorating and good for the circulation. What else? It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pale. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pale and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired. And what does this pale-aged liquor do? Among the other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health. Should probably get my hands on some of that. What else is in there? For general wealth and well-being... For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the pale, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll for less than an hour. What the fuck is wealth and hell-being? Is that like a very rich demon? These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the bodies of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions. This is exactly what you need. I don't know. I don't want to be the party pooper, but this pale territory sounds sort of dangerous. Maybe you shouldn't walk in it naked? Anything else of note? There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations. Well, I certainly don't need that. Can buy it for $4.20. A worn and torn map of the Martinez area dating from '48. A title on the top reads, Bienvenue à Revachol. It is a bit out of date as it was originally created by a design studio in a failed attempt to spruce up Martinez and turn it into a fancy tourist location. The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez with appropriate directions to touristy locations. The year 48 resides in the upper right corner. Trace a path through the grid. Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Guilain and Rue Saint-Quispert, over Saint-Brune and Martinez North, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself. And now... voila! It'll, every time you click on one of these, it'll tell you the vague location of what you want, which is why we immediately had Measurehead! Though we don't need Measurehead. We don't have any interest in Measurehead at the minute. We can do a logic check with Kim. What check is that? Where is Kim? I don't see him up here. Oh, Kimothy!
Yes?
Ah, yes. Why did the 41st send me?
Yes?
No morale damage. Okay, you pick over what's left of your frontal cortex, but no compelling explanations emerge. That'll do for here for now. We definitely have more to do, especially with the quest for the fridge, which I would like to do today. But there's something else I want to do more pressingly. Namely, I do want to just explore the rest of the outside world locations, pick up all the scraps of detritus and all that. You hear the distant squall of seabirds. A splatter of bullet holes lines the wall. The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname. Look closer first. The fading marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions, just chips in the sandstone. Kim, look! Bullet holes!
Where?
Someone has been shot! We're cops! We should solve it.
There? Those are old.
Oh, you mean like from the Revolution?
Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets were fired during the Revolution and do not warrant an investigation by officers of civil law.
Just because it isn't warranted doesn't mean it isn't fun. Okay, what can you tell me about this Revolution?
Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
Okay. $0.25 to look at the coin-operated viewer. This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes. Pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Yeah, focus, you knob! Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk, the ring of metal. You pull the handle and look inside. Think of the follow that nitro guy. Are we talking about like Discord nitro or nitroglycerin? Do you invest, or like do you give people like fancy Discord boosts, or do you create explosions for fun? Either way, you're welcome here. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry, different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost. Turn the knob to focus your vision. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken sea fort. It's concrete, almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it. Ruins of some kind. We've got a building over there.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
Neither do I, but I have the binoculars. Well, it's nice to know that there's something... Be this. The map's new, too, by the way. Very new. There was always a map there, it just wasn't as interesting looking as this. But we can see the harbour, the whirling, the bookshop, the piers out here, which is where I'm heading now. Some of these things don't actually exist, like that big cube there doesn't exist. I don't think that big egg exists. In fact, this whole section here is a lie. There is not a bunch of buildings here. Well, I guess there sort of are, but... You'll see when we visit this in day 3. It's a lot more desolate than this would have you suggest. But I like that, the idea that this is an old map, therefore there's inaccuracies. Yeah, the previous map just showed you how it currently looks. A lonely cormorant surveys the sea, indifferent to your approach. Rue de Saint-Guilain, roundabout north. Capeside Apartments. Inside, the frame of a motorcycle in repair and the tools used to disassemble it. There's a girl up there. Did she spill the paint?
Hey, up here, piggo.
There's a nice looking coat. Grab that. There's a door. More tear.
Yeah, you bet.
I'll come back for you. The belly of this boat shines like it was recently painted. Magnesium! +1 to morale. Thank you! Docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Guilain, 33A. Your room in the Whirling isn't much bigger than this sloop, and there's a woman there, but when we start talking to her, we're going to be talking to her for a while, so let's do other stuff first. Looks like there was more construction here once, decades ago.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The girl stares at the sailboat by the pier.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Hep, yeah, when were you last tested?
Had a battery of tests just last week. I'm practically a patchwork of interesting critters. Kinda like a man-o'-war.
Despite the attitude, she puts the brush aside. Keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
She nods disdainfully toward the woman performing maintenance on the boat docked next to the pier.
Hatred? Disgust? It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat.
The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
Shut up, narrator man. This is not your job.
That is on her.
Whoa.
Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Who is she?
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Wacky! Gotcha.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to us on.
What you doing to this wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
She studies the wall, suddenly pensive. So you don't know what to write?
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mono is here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cards. And my name's not Mona, so...
Why are you so committed to defacing the building?
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know. Summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
I have an opinion on this. Want to hear it?
Yeah?
Woohoo! I love public art. Don't mind us. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
Can't help but detect some sarcasm in that. Do you know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
To be fair, we don't do that to them, so...
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko. Watch
you later,
your
Cindy.
back, ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Where? Because there's two on my face. I'm quite well aware and familiar with them. If there's more lurking somewhere else, that would make me a Garlean. Don't know how I feel about that. This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. Why am I looking at this wall? I don't think we're gonna have an answer. Conceptualization 3. Is it even gonna help to summon up? We're at 5, but it's an 18 check. Will it increase the chances, or... Because 3 is like the bottom. No, yeah. Fuck it! Stab in the dark. You have no clue, this is just a wall. 5-5! If we had gotten 6-6. Yeah, 6-6, our total would have been 17. So we need 2 more points in order to actually start making progress beyond the pray for a double 6s. So many walls all over Martinez. Weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling. This might not be one we get to do. It's not important. Let's get out of here, Kuno. Let's sneak up on Kuno S.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
You're actually quite awake at the minute.
Pigs come to take me out? Trying to snuff me out?
If anything, you're afraid she'll take you out one day. No, why would you even say that?
Then why are you sneaking up on me like that? It's not a good idea to scare me, pig. Not a good idea at all. Trying to sneak up on me again? Trying to snuff me out? Get away, pig!
The garden hose. This won't be of use until the snow melts. Oh, of course we can't access that, it's up there. A balcony with a view to the yard, and the hanging.
Yeah, what's that noise down there?
Chairs and tables eaten by rain and rot. Another splattering of bullet holes on this wall. A bum hat! That is a hat that suits a hobo, not a hat that you wear on your ass. Increases your reaction speed, but lowers your rhetoric. And some Nosafed if we ever need healing. These barrels are half full of rainwater. What we should do also that we skipped over, go back to the other side of this, to the Kuno side, and investigate all this stuff in here. But I skipped that. That smoker up there could be a witness. Talk to him. I agree, but not right now. This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head. I don't know if that's a suggestion or a tip or a just a Samism, but the way it works in this game is that you pretty much never want to use your healing to get it above 1. Unless you are specifically in need of an endurance or a volition check, in which case it does matter. And the reason why is because you can always heal if you're in critical. If something happens that's going to kill you, you get a few seconds to go down and hit the button. So you're not in danger unless you're really, really slow or lazy. I don't know that you do, Sam. So you always keep all of your replenishable charges there, ready to be used when they become needed, but you don't actually use them to top yourself off or to put you in the middle. I guess you can keep yourself at 2 if you're worried about hitting them fast enough, but the reasons for that is because you don't know when heals will just randomly appear. Sometimes certain actions will replenish you, or when the day ends, you'll always go back to full health on both things. So it's like, in the interest of not being wasteful, the only hit point that matters is your last one. The Royal Lion, Guillaume's kitten. This knocker will last a lifetime and then some. Carefully knock. You knock silently. The upholstery muffles the sound. No response comes from the apartment.
I guess no one is in?
Press your ear against the door. This is the door that Everard wants us to unlock, if you're confused. The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear any movement. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp. Lieutenant, what is your opinion of this task we're undertaking?
Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for, but every day tells you something new about yourself.
I suppose it does.
Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about.
Me neither. Because I'm a dirty commie. So you don't mind if I unlock the door?
I mind that the local thug is using the RCM for his busy work.
Right.
But if this gets us to the bottom of this hanging, then I'm willing to look over it.
Okay.
On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Everard we opened the door. No one seems to be tailing us to see if we actually did it.
lie to Everard. That's also an option.
Yes. Presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and there. You took this task. You make the call.
The door is right here. You can just open it and be done with this. Besides, if you never open it, you're never going to find out what's behind the door. Okay, Inland Empire, you've convinced me. You try to be as silent as you can. Takes a bit of rattling the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. Good job. Let's go now. I'm sure there's nothing interesting in there. Only curiosity could account for stepping over that threshold. Maybe there's treasure in there. A white alligator. A fountain of quicksilver. As you hold the open door, you can feel the air moving. A little draft. A whistle. I love this description of the bum hat, by the way. An orange beanie with a couple of big-ass holes on the side. It's just little pictures of Snip and Sam smiling and waving. It looks like it might have been used as a mask during an armed robbery. We could read all of these. Some of them are funny. Go to the VOD and pause them if you're really interested. Although I like this one. This white satin shirt used to be fancy. It used to really catch the light. Now it smells like someone took a piss in the armpits. The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. Your breath grows heavier. You peer into the faded marks in the stone. They peer back like an endless row of tiny black holes. Got a big black hole inside of me. Sweat starts trickling down your brow.
This is bad mojo, man! Fucking horrible mojo! The end draws near!
What the fuck? Your chest feels tight looking at them. It's closing in, caving in, ever tighter. Your breathing grows even heavier.
You okay there?
The lieutenant's sudden voice cuts like a blade, bringing you out of the stupor. Yeah, I'm fine.
You were looking pale there for a second. What are you looking at?
These bullet holes, they look like the ones we saw before.
Bullet holes generally look the same, so probably.
True.
But you're right. More old bullet holes from the revolution.
Man, how many people got shot during that revolution?
Plenty.
The streets run red with blood. Dust swirled above the ruins. The pressure change from artillery fire ripped people apart in the top floors of the building above you. Cool. Rippage.
So much for a quiet smoke.
Hello, man.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Smoker on the balcony.
Not looking for any trouble, officer,
he says in a quiet voice. Despite the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned on his frame. What are you whispering? Sounds like you're already in trouble.
There's no trouble. I'm just speaking in a lowered voice,
he says, sotto voce.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him if he's got anything to spare. Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing. Hold on. Can I at least have a cigarette?
Apologies, but this is my last one.
He takes another drag and shivers. The god himself has denied you absolution. I need absolution!
Absolution? I don't know that brand, but I'm pretty sure you can get Astras at the Frit.
Can't you just, toss that one down?
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
What does chat think? Is it a good idea? Vote 1 for shut up and throw, kid. Vote 2 for you're right, that's obviously a bad idea, forget it. Guys! Guys, you have one job! It's a bad idea, it's a bad idea. Forget I said anything.
As you wish.
Actually, this gendarmerie really needs to talk to you.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Well, don't run, it's raining. Also, you could fall off the balcony. By God, this young man has the body of a decathlete. His lithe form was practically made for vaulting over the high bar. Son, do you train?
Occasionally. Why?
Are you on the track team?
No. I just like to look good.
I get it. Nothing wrong with looking good.
He gives you a honeyed smile before shaking off the cigarette ash.
You tell me your name?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Okay. Good local name. Let's go with that. Rhetoric failure. Fuck. Looks like you got a good view of the Whirling's backyard. Can you tell me anything about the hanging?
I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinez standards.
You're a disturbing sight.
What were you doing last Sunday?
It's actually untrue.
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Did I?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
The lieutenant takes out his little blue notebook and begins writing something down.
Last week? I don't know. Look.
Rain patters on the windowsills and dead houseplants. Too late to do them any good.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend?
It was my Sunday friend.
That checks out, as it was a Sunday. But what? A Sunday friend? How intriguing. What is your friend's real name? Did he see something?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the grey sky, the neighboring windows are streaked with rain.
How do you use a cigarette to say no? Someone hides behind a curtain. Those windows have eyes, and those eyes are watching. Spying on you three. All right. We'll talk later.
No. We won't.
He takes one last drag of his cigarette before snubbing it out on the balcony. Binary Run, he's a very impressive snoke blower. Binary, I do not want to hear about your Star Wars sequel trilogy / fiction. While I have no interest in shaming you for your specialized interests, it is not something that we need to hear about in this stream chat. Thanks.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Ooh. One and only chance to convince him to stay. Psyche. Increase my psyche. Up my psyche and lower something else. And then we will be able to have a slightly above 42% chance. I think that'll increase it to 58. Why the fuck didn't it go up? What happened? My physique went down and my intellect went up. Who doesn't understand what purple means? Intellect is light blue. Psyche is purple. You guys are bad at your job. Well, I could take a 3-minute break and then come back and do it. Or I could just go for the 42% chance. We'll eat the 42% chance. Didn't need it. This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains. Hey, listen! I'm just trying to make things okay again. Can we meet again somewhere else?
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes. Compassion and a hint of understanding.
Double sixes when I needed an 8. Yeah.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
His voice is soft and deliberate. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the cigarette butt sailing over the rail.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door.
It's a sign! Ha!
Good luck with the investigation.
I don't know how I know, but I'm gonna solve this murder.
He's gone.
We should run after him, see where he went.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
So we just give up?
He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there.
The lieutenant nods towards a small rock on a soggy patch of grass.
If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
Great. That is one avenue to go down. I'm not interested in entering this building, or... It's actually the same building, I think, but the other entrance on the other side. Ooh. There's a question mark button. Oh, there's a little info panel you can bring up. Interesting. A stone like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it. Turn it over. A key!
This must be for the front door. Pity doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments, and the man can be in any of them.
How are we going to find the right one?
We'll just have to go in and see.
Right. So yeah, we can go in there and continue our investigation through this apartment, but it's lower on my list of things that I want to do. There's one more thing I want to do up this side of Marknays, and it is talk to this woman here. We got another third skill point, which is very good. What, Didn't mind a bit more rhetoric at this point. Oh, but there are many things. There's composure as well. It wouldn't hurt to have more of that to try a net again. Shadows on the water. Green plants under the calm surface.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce.
She extends her hand in greeting.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
She steps closer and holds her hand over the railing. Joyce L. What does L stand for?
Beaton, my maiden name.
Her bony hand dangles from the sleeve of her oversized raincoat. Gave us away.
Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
I don't know if she's serious, but we'll shake her hand.
I'm glad to see you here.
Her grip is tight, cold.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will. Gladly.
Oh, good.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
Yay, I am ultimately competent.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
You're on a boat, motherfucker.
Why, yes I am.
She looks at the deck under her feet. Green and white sails flutter overhead. Not a lot of people on boats, are there?
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
Wait, we're on an archipelago?
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
I thought we were in Revachol.
We are. and the city of Revachol is on the island of Lakayu.
Well, still, I haven't seen anyone else sail a boat around here.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
That's the wrong inflection, but fair enough.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle.
It's hard for you not to like Joyce, even though she's a... Oh, yeah, no, Joyce is one of my absolute favorites. I don't agree with her politically, but I think she's fantastic.
It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19, because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name. A breeze ripples through the sails and tugs at your hair. Below, the sleek fish-like shape of the hull parts the water. Beneath that, a resounding darkness. We're reminded of something. Or someone. Cool, but your boat really needs a name.
Okay. How about Cordelati 19? Why?
She taps the side of the boat. It makes a hollow sound.
Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelati, and its hull is 19 paces long.
How about the sleek fish?
What?
Because it's sleek and fish-like.
I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you.
Okay, what kind of boat is it?
It's a pleasure craft.
Oh.
A 19-pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
How do you like it? How do you like it? Boat, boat, boat! How do you like it? How do you like it?
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her. Do you have a license for this boat?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
That sounds like a stunner of a pickup line. See, pickup lines are bad, but they can occasionally redeem themselves a teensy tiny bit by being funny in a bizarre way, and calling yourself a highly qualified pleasure craft operator kind of ticks that okay, that's kind of funny box. I believe. You don't have to agree. The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Qualified pleasure craft operator, so charming. Where's the damn license? Can I see your license?
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but 2 insulindic regattas. Even finished once.
What happened the other time?
The other time, I would have finished the race were it not for an urgent work matter, much like the one I'm on now.
Still need to see a license, ma'am.
Actually, you don't.
I'm pretty sure I do. I'm police.
It is a little known fact among those who police that the Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license.
Wait, how exactly little known is this fact?
I was just being polite. Even school children know the Wayfarer Act.
More like the Anarchy Act, in my opinion. No, makes sense, I guess. I mean, look at me.
No need to resort to self-pity, detective. You can still ask for her passport.
Yes, let's have one of those, thanks.
Of course.
She searches the pockets of her raincoat, producing a bundle of documents in a sealed plastic bag. How is my political... Yeah! Look at that! Look at that fucking political scorecard. 20, 0, 0, 0. I'm specifically trying to avoid any political statements that aren't communist, because I want to see how far I can take it without accidentally saying something fascist or moralist or ultra-liberal. Because some of them aren't super clear. I'm also slightly sorry. I'm three sorries. Look at her passport.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying, Republic of Vespa. The coat of arms has a lion and an ostrich. Seigent.
Look at the photo page.
The woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you. Face adorned with frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is recent. The name reads, Rejoice Leighton Messier.
Your name is Rejoice?
Yes, but please don't call me that.
Why?
Joyce is much more efficient.
You're from Vesper.
My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when travelling.
I've heard that they have an interesting bay there. Bitch of a place to get to on foot, but otherwise nice enough. Everything appears to be in order.
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
I think I have a handle on this boat thing now.
Good.
She takes a sip of her thermal cup. Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
So what do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things.
Pointing to small dots on the horizon.
And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
How much money does Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
So you guys need to be taken out back and shot. That's the impression I'm getting. A billion? What exactly is a billion?
It's a number, officer. A big one.
What is it made of?
It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands.
Numbers like that mean nothing to me.
Yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary, but they are quite real for the 72,000 employees who depend on Wild Pines for their paychecks. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility.
Where does Wild Pines get all these billions?
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Bastards. What does such a huge system want with a place like this?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
You don't keep it moving. The workers do. Company's nothing without them.
We built this district.
We built this district. Bow, bow. We built this district on workers' blood. Built this district. Bow, bow. We built this district on workers' blood.
All the best parts of it.
Oh.
Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions, the plazas Meteor and Mosaic, even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP.
She points behind you where the seawall rises.
Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees. A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
So it's a shithole because of the revolution, but before that it was fine. With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone. What can you tell me about this strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Wait, what if I want to hear about trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Elements. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
Guanbush, you hear how Wild Pines, I think, Wild Pines handles 8% of maritime trade, and you can't help but think that that is less than a single boat can stop. I wish this game had have been created after the canal thing. I think that would have maybe had an effect on at least a little bit of the writing. An octopus. I will slay it!
Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What's your role in this, precisely?
I believe the official title is Senior Labour Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
Notably, too, Joyce's voice actor, much like Everart's, no change, same woman. Pretty good choice, too.
And how are the talks going?
Poorly.
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Oh, you mean Measurehead?
Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead.
I am also Patrick Stewart. I am racist Patrick Stewart. How were the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
Right.
But the strike began in December.
He looks at his notes.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Wouldn't be a good union if it didn't strike occasionally, Kim.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
What happened to this Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it?
She pauses to compose herself. Oh, this'll be good.
Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
I'm not laughing because that is a very rude thing to say to somebody, and I do not think it is funny in and of itself. I am laughing at the way in which Joyce delivered such a phrase. I take endless, bountiful comedy out of well-to-do, polite, official professionals speaking the words of rude bastards in order to accurately quote them. I will never tire of, like, police officers and lawyers and that, and saying, I believe the words he used exactly was, go fuck yourself with a spoon, you gyrating sack of donkey shit. Like, things like that. It's just never not going to be funny, even if it's something incredibly horrendous that's been said. Not cool!
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Pines are a type of evergreen! Oh god, it's even better. Why? Why did the canal blockage have to happen after Disco Elysium was written? Someone did a, I think there was fan art that, like, did the evergreen ship in Disco Elysium art style. What are their demands, in any case?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
I like it.
Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy.
Not hard communist enough for me.
Personally, I agree. It lacks the pizzazzo of every worker a member of the board.
What do they mean by it, though? What's the demand?
It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what, About anything, really. It needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
The king is dead. Long live the workers!
That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start.
What you gonna do? Sam, that is cursed, and I forbid you from continuing that.
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
I don't recall passing a judgment of my own upon your correctness. Merely a decisive statement on not going further down the hole.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
Did you put the scabs at the gate?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
Ah, but conversely, Joyce, if they were not sent and organized by the Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be very easy and free for you to just say no. So given that you haven't done that, I've got a theory. And no, my theory does not involve any dancing demons. It's implied she's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion. What do you think of Everard?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Yeah, fair.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
I remember hearing something about this Edgar.
Have you seen him?
No. Literally. I've played this game twice before. I have never seen Edgar. I don't know why this is a part of the game. The story is that Everard and Edgar defraud their way through term limits by constantly switching who's in charge. And then whenever the other one's in charge, the one that isn't anymore just vanishes completely. For all intents and purposes, nothing in the game suggests outright that they're a lie and it's just one dude swapping his name. But you never see Edgar.
Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over.
Yeah. They never outright say that Everard and Edgar are the same person, but certain conversations such as this one seem to imply that that's the idea you're supposed to get.
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the union itself outside the Brothers Clare?
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act. But they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The Brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
He hesitates, looking for the right expression. It's amazing acting if that's the case. It's not easy to fake a lazy eye 24/7. I don't really know much about a lazy eye. So yeah, that might be a thing.
A mob. The debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother.
She turns to you.
And your opinion, detective? If I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is...
An effective advocate for the rights of local working men, comrade.
Why do you think so?
Because I need to say the communist things. I'm not allowed to say anything else. I say the communist things. This is the way. Her voice is calm. There's only curiosity here. They're good labor men. Can't fault them for a little corruption. Everard, the human leech, and Measurehead... Between Everard, the human leech, and Measurehead, this union sounds like a motley crew. I'm into it. That seems fascist. Is that capitalist-y? I think I have to say this one, that I'm into the motley crew.
Well, I suppose that's one way to look at it. They're an interesting composition, albeit vile. But enough about Everard. What else can I do for you?
You said something happened in the elections?
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Oh, ho.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Eerie.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
That's all I need here. Let's change the topic.
Of course. How else can I help?
What can you tell me about the lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid.
She falls silent for a moment, contemplating something.
The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi, from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective?
Remember when my partner told you I'd recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? Yeah, my lost badge is a little teensy part of that.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
I could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, this city. Nothing.
Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
Mm-hmm.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. Alright, shall we try the stat boost again for a red check? You need to increase my psyche. My purple. My psyche. That's the one you put the plus button next to. Hit the plus button on my psyche. And there's no point trying to fuck me over by making it lower, because I'll just wait the 30 seconds out. So if you're that way inclined, it won't actually cause anything. But increase my psyche. And then decrease whatever you want. We'll see if it works. It did. 58% chance to negotiate my way out of this. Sympathy for our amnesia. Feelings will guide the way. But madam, I need to know about this lynching. It's very important to me. It's the case I'm solving.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
You don't understand. It's not like a side case for me. This is my main thing.
Trust me, officer, I am fully committed to resolving this impasse. This isn't some side gig for me.
You have so much else. I have only this. This is the entirety of my existence.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
This boat, for example, and a home somewhere. I only have this case. I'll fucking stop lying.
Officer.
The carbon fibre hull creaks. I don't remember anything except this lynching. There is only this coast and this lynching.
You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
Yeah. You're doing it! Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in somehow.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something tangible.
Like what?
The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbour. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Perhaps it's time to look into it. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Excuse us for a moment, Matt.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
How did you hope it would go, incredibly quiet Kim?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Oh, so we're henchmen now.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
What do you propose? That we don't investigate the drug traffic?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we're siding with the Union, or that we're on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
We could just, find my badge.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large, and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters. You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months.
Let's get back to her then. Okay.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Do you know anything about these tattoos?
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So you know something about the tattoos?
Better not tie the forestay to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with. That's the man who was killed.
How is
I'm
you
afraid
looking
this
at the
is a
photo
discussion
tied to the
for once
lynching?
We've better not tie the
Okay,
forestay
same
to
thing.
the backstay on this. I hope there is something
Worth
else
a
I
shot.
can help you with.
Always worth a shot. You seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality we're in.
This reality?
She pulls her hood closer around her neck. It's related to that medical episode. I have trouble remembering even the most basic terms of reality.
Ah, yes. The episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy, now that I think of it.
She puts down her thermal cup, looks at you.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown on all of reality.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
Alright, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first one. This is long. This is quite a long segment, and it's an optional segment. And I think the game goes out of its way to tell you don't do it all at once because it takes forever. So we're not going to do it. In fact, we're not going to start it, but we are just going to open up the idea because I think that gave me the EXP for asking, right? Didn't it? No, it didn't actually, but oh well. But it's progress, and it's something to come back to and do in like 2 sections or 3. Right now, I just want to get everything else done with Joyce.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Let's talk about the drug trafficking that you want me to look into.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Right.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Shit yeah, baby, it's the party pipeline! Why would you want to shut that down? Why are you trying to shut down the party pipeline?
I assure you, officer, these are not the sort of parties you'd want to attend.
I don't think you know me well enough to answer that. She has no idea what kind of parties you've been to. Let me get this straight. The materials come from Samara to Revachol through the terminal.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
And you want us to investigate?
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
Am I going to need bolt cutters for this?
Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers, well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they may be vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
She gives you a knowing look.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier?
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
Yeah.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
It's no coincidence the lorries are stranded there like that, is it?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However...
So you've got them all trapped so you can get your investigation done. Or get us to do it.
This is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge. And the operation will continue.
Right.
Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable. The weary.
Cold breath rushes in from the bay, making its way down the alleyways and potholed streets, from Martinez to Jamrock. In the traffic you hear the clinking of glass vials concealed beneath tarpaulin. Or is it just your teeth chattering in the cold? Fucking misery.
A lot of it. It comes in from large Samaran factories in South Safre, Sigai, and Sinyao. The literage they must get from this terminal alone must be oceanic.
This actress is making some interesting choices on the pronunciation.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
What proof do you have that the Union is involved?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
So you think the strike is being funded with source ingredients for drugs?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
Okay, I've made up my mind.
Yes?
We will take the case, probe the drivers, see what it yields.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something.
One of them's a racist.
It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
By the way, I have talked to Everard.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
Finally, time to choose sides. He's a bloated rainbow socialist. Everard Clare is a hero of the workers' movement. He is the champion I've sworn fealty to.
Huh.
Yes, I have chosen his side in the class war. My loyalty does not have a price and is non-negotiable. Sorry.
Of course. You are an honourable man. Way above the money I could offer. So I won't even try, and of course, I do not expect you to share anything Everard told you with me, not being a corrupt verm myself. However, if you felt like passing some information...
Why do I like Claire? Are you asking Gavarok, or are you asking the communist caricature that we have selected to play? The communist caricature we have selected to play likes Everard because you're supposed to. I think Everard is entertaining. I don't think he's a particularly nice man. Then again, I also think Joyce is entertaining, but I think that she is also politically wrong.
How could I stop you? Are we not human?
I am a robot.
Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be... gossiping.
Tell her she'll like you for it.
Yes, your disgusting necktie agrees completely. Let's gossip.
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
Oh. That's so... helpful of him.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling.
When I said be wacky, I didn't mean wildly, grossly irresponsible and damaging to the RCM.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this, to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun?
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
Yes. As you said.
She looks confused for a moment.
Please, don't get him in a loop. If he gets in a loop, it will last forever. Ask him to say something else, please.
Of course. Thank you for the advice. I'm glad you were here to assist. Your other dealings with Everard are still of considerable interest to me.
We will be back here later without Kim. The lieutenant will be more lenient towards sharing those, hopefully. I helped him turn the heat up on the borscht.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making?
Oh, the cook makes it to keep the strikers drunk. It helps them strike.
The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more alcohol in it?
No, I actually told them to take the alcohol down.
Beyond curious. I will choose to interpret that as you turning the alcohol in the strike brew down. For the sake of our professional relationship. And because I don't like the idea of them any more drunk than they already are. What else?
Nothing else just yet.
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
That's it, except for the reality lowdown. So we'll start with the first question, maybe the first two of these.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Oh, an AMA. Where are we?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby?
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
I'm a disco holdover myself.
Aren't we all?
What is Martinez?
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour. North of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Tell me more about Martinez.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. As I told you, Martinez used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its part. Now the reeds are the real star of the show here. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
You mentioned a sea. What sea is this?
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
Are we in Bay B? Are we near the ocean?
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight. What is the name of this island?
Caillou, as you already know.
Yes, you told me.
Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the River Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It's clear this pebble is of enormous value to her. Okay, that's Martinez, but what's Revachol?
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
What kind of city is this?
The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism. A fact. What makes Revachol great?
History, detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least.
They built this city to resolve history. Who built this city?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile-Marat, depending on your creed.
When was Revachol built?
In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
And why will it resolve history?
They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
Why here?
We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
So pretty much at the centre of the world.
Oh, we're quite a way off. About...
She points across the water where the skyscrapers rise.
22 kilometers from the centre of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Look to the sea.
Silence. She lowers her hand.
The water. The light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it. Where are we?
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
She watches you closely as you scan the horizon. This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you? 3 hours. Revachol's Special Administrative Region, Le Caillou, the Insulindian Ocean, Coalition Government, Insulindian Mission Command, name after name, and none of them is familiar. They seem real, but something is wrong. You feel like a kid looking at stickers on the fridge. Truvant, the Apricot Company, World Games 34. You can almost see your hand reaching out for them. Scratch at the corners, see if they peel loose. This feels like the most important of all the thoughts. The one you must truly complete. Jamais vu. Derealization.
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Ma'am, Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Won't I be lazy if I don't do it all now?
Oh, of course not. You are already diligent for getting this far, and diligent boys remember where they left off.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
One more. What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Too late for what?
For the big time.
Her eyes light up and there's a flash of teeth. The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind. You've got a predatory streak.
All men are predators, dear. Nothing much to be done about that. It's all a matter of where you get to file your teeth.
What's the big time?
The revolution.
What is this revolution I keep hearing about?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Who got shot in the head?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
Did the communists and anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Sounds like they should have shot more people in the head then.
This does not represent the official RCM opinion.
Sure it does!
Don't worry. Klas Mazov shot 15 million people in the head. But that was all the way over in Grad.
Wrong inflection again. She worded that as though it was the first time shot in the head was brought up in the conversation. Instead, shot in the head has been the through line of the conversation that has been a part of like every second sentence. By this point, shot in the head should be like the least interesting part of the sentence as it comes out of your mouth. It shouldn't be the exciting bit. Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposing side?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Cowardly king.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Who got the mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
Okay, and by liberals you mean?
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
How did the liberals win it all?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
So first there was a king. Authoritarian. Fascism. Communists said, fuck that fascism, and shot the king in the head. Then the capitalists came in and took out the communists. Said, thanks for killing the fascists. Now get out of the way. She's one of them, of course. If everyone got shot, who was there to surrender to?
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Wait, you just said the liberals already took everything.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
I love that metaphor. Who were the coalition?
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-le-Clay, the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights and not shooting people in the head.
Dirty, boring centrists.
At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do.
Oh, no.
They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government.
Small-scale, infrequent head shootings. That's how you keep things stable. It's the big blowout millions of head shootings, all in the name of great change, that scares the shit out of the centrists. The rulers of Revachol, and also the world. These guys are strong.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
If always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything, then yes, hell yes I am, and also I'm not. No, I don't think I'm moralist, ma'am.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work.
When was this kerfuffle?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started it?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government.
What did this Zarat do?
It made people overthrow their governments.
Wow, really?
Of course not.
Oh.
It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
Where did it spread from there?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
So Mazov... Mazov is less of a Marx and more of a Lenin, but he's kind of Marx and Lenin. He's Lenarx.
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she have a boat. She has a boat, and you have a necktie? A pair of pants? Our lives are very different from each other, dear.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
What is the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones
Blech.
under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of a reappropriated silk mill, Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armoured motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
I was trying to call it an enamoured motor carriage. What happened in the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-easlary communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, coloured plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
It's been like this for how long exactly?
43 years. Hard to fathom, I know.
What have we been doing all that time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river levelled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. '08 to '19 was simply hell.
And after that?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
Were they?
No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are.
She curtsies.
Welcome to reality, baby.
There we go. We got the quest completed with just 2 questions. There, we can ask all the rest still. It's just that that gets us area XP, which gets us a skill point, which makes me happy. A lot of skill points now. Enough that I'd want to spend one. Can we? What's a task that would be nice to unlock? Annette composure. Let's increase our composure. I do like composure. What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
Your jaw clenches. Give the lady a taste of your wisdom. I asked you. Who are you in all this?
And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
Here's some wisdom, lady. Say the death thing! I would have sought a medical solution. Sounds like Sarath drove those people mad. No, I'm pro-revolution. I'm a commie. I would have killed 400 million if that's what it took. Is that the commie line? That's evidently the that's the capitalist line. I think that's the wishy-washy centrist line. Does that make one of these fascist and one of these commie? Like... I don't know. Say, I can't. I'm in a conversation. Like, 2 sounds pretty moralist. Yeah. But normally this seems fascist to me, but because we're talking about the commie revolution, if that's what it took. I'm gonna go with 3. I would have killed more. 400 million if that's what it took. Because to me, that's the hardcore communists saying, you know, if that's what it took to get the communist utopia. Didn't add to any of them. The cold runs down your spine as you say the words, like a small electric charge that seeks grounding.
I see. 1/10 of humanity. The key of history is in the lock. Keep turning at any cost.
Until humanity is free and the age of capital is past. So now I get to qualify it. Now I get to say which where I sit. The wind stops, and for a moment there's silence. The cold dissipates into your parietal lobe like a dissolved bullet. All is quiet on the Martinez Inlet. Capital is past.
Past? That's what De Briever, the leader of the Communards, said, before she got a bullet in her head.
Ugh.
Don't get me wrong.
But there was a lot of that going around at the time. There's sadness in Joyce's voice.
Capital is finished. But understand this. Its end won't free anyone. It will only lead to more suffering.
Fuck capitals. It's time for the rise of the lowercase!
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
Yeah, alright, Mr. Lawyer. Shush.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir.
Understandable.
That's enough about the times.
They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer. That's been added. I don't think it's going to go away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've done 2. There's 5 left. Either we'll do them all the next time we talk to her, or we'll do 3 and 2 in 2 different sessions.
Glad
That's
to have
all
been
for
of
now.
assistance. More lessons in
Yeah, we can
basic
still ask her about
reality.
herself later on.
Glad to have been of assistance. Of course, Detective. Take care.
That's the interview with Joyce Smith here. So there's a few things that we could do right now. I can think of 4 major things. One is to take a look at those northern apartments. Another is to further they're looking for the fridge, and I want to do that first. I think that's what I'm going to do next, because the body needs to go to a fridge, and then hopefully we can finish our dealings with it today. The other is go back to Everard, because we did that thing for him, and also because now that we've talked to Joyce, there's a bit of a back and forth you can get between those two by going to each of them back and forth. And the other would be to... Actually, there's 5 things, because there's the Union guys back at the Whirling to interview. That's a big thing. We said hi to them, but we didn't properly go into an interview with them. And there's also, for Joyce, interrogate the drivers about the smuggling. So there's like 5 main plot relevant things to do. But I think the bookshop is the one to do now. Still don't know where to get a bowl. Might never get a bowl. Hope I get a bowl. What I will do is take a break, because this is a 6-hour stream. I'm going to be gone for a good 10-ish minutes. I'm going to eat something and compose myself. We'll save. Let's not turn the menu on, that way you get the music and the sounds in the background. So I'll be back. Do stay tuned. Don't abandon me. Good night, Coburn. But yeah, I'll see the rest of you in 10 minutes. My internet is not going to crash in the middle of my BRB. I will be back this time. There's no maintenance today. friends. Thank you for not deserting me in my black-screened Gav buggers off and eat something adventures. This is nice BRB music. I mean, this is just Disco Elysium. I didn't pause it. I left it running so that you could hear the... It's very much a game of ambience in a lot of its locations, but I find that this particular spot with Joyce, the music alongside just the boat noise is really quite pleasant to listen to. It's lo-fi, you know. Lo-fi, cool boats to listen to. Lo-fi boats to solve a murder. So.
Hello again, sir.
We have a 72% chance of this Annette check. How's the Renee one going? Because that one was still really hard. That one will still be quite low, won't it? There! Working class drunk! You know what this means, right? Case solved! Cracked it! All in a good day's work. Wait, what did I crack exactly? What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is. Yeah, it's the future leader of a proletarian uprising. No, it's not. Oh, it's her husband! The missing husband! Yes! And you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Protect and serve, recruit. No, this doesn't add up. I'm going to make a fool of myself. Do marriages make any sense? Does honor? You're not a filthy philosopher. You're an officer of law! It's time to ace this case and not brood over your reputation. We can deal with the perception management later. Give me champagne, I'm going in. There's no need for champagne when there's honor, recruit. Go and tell the working class woman what you found right now. This is a bad idea. Protect and serve, madam. I found your husband.
God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't missing.
Well, I found him nevertheless. I'm that good.
Very well then. Where is he?
There.
Excuse me? I don't follow.
I don't know who Rick May is. I found a working class drunk and I thought he might be yours.
Right, 'cause working class women come with alcoholic husbands. You know what?
What?
You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although not that one.
So is he missing as well?
No, he's not. Or maybe he is, I don't know. He's probably in the park, or in Shamrock somewhere, drinking with his friends.
I'd say physical instrument and authority and endurance could all be that same voice. Yep.
I haven't seen him for... Well, to hell with him.
She's completely forgotten about her books, staring blank into the distance instead. Kim, is it just me or do we have a missing persons case here?
I wouldn't be so sure. Ma'am, just to be completely clear, do you want to report it to the police?
Report what? He's just out drinking with his friends. I'm sure the police has better things to do than to chase down local goofballs.
Honestly, I just think missing person cases are mysterious.
They are not all they're cracked up to be, officer.
Why not?
Because people either show up on their own, or you never find them.
But isn't that mysterious?
I'd say there's nothing mysterious about incompleteness. It's in fact rather unpleasant.
Man after my own heart, Kim. You're wrong there. Incompleteness is the essence of mystery. Well, I still want one. I want a missing persons case.
All right, then. He has questions now.
What kind of questions?
What does your husband look like?
Honestly, not that different from you.
She eyes you from head to toe. Right, we're dealing with a cop.
No. He is definitely not a cop. I meant that he's a little chubby, that's all.
Wait, did she just imply that you're fat? You're not fat! The body type she's referring to is called a Franco-Nigerian hard body! I'm not chubby and neither is your husband. What you meant to say is that we both share a Franco-Nigerian hard body.
You both share what?
A Franco-Nigerian hard body, softly round yet still in shape. Ladies, dig it.
I'm not sure about the rest, but softly round sounds about right. He's not in great shape. What else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining. The lining is hand-sewn. I made it myself.
She sighs, her voice slightly quivering when she adds,
It's his cool jacket. God knows it's too cold to run around in this, but he refuses to change.
Who cares about the cold when you have your cool jacket to wear? You can
I
completely
even tried
sympathize.
throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it?
Well, if the jacket is really that cool, then I can totally understand.
Well, what can you do? I hope that at least that extra lining helps him keep warm at night. I wouldn't like him to catch cold.
When did you last see him?
Yesterday morning. He went to the library. He went to retrieve my book, and he promised he'd walk straight back home.
So he is missing then?
Because we talked about this. We talked about not wandering off again. I don't know what to do. I honestly don't know what to do with his addiction. Just makes me feel weak.
She turns away from you in an attempt to recover.
I think I got it, thanks.
So you are going to look for him?
Yes, I will bring him back home to you.
Thank you. Please do. Even though I'm sure he will return home by himself. I'm still sure of that.
I'm sure he will too. When he does, would you let Precinct 57, Kim Kitsuragi, know?
I will. Of course, officer. As I said, it's probably nothing. Right. What the...
She gives you.
Okay. Find the working class husband.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
Fuck it, I'm gonna give it a go. Ha! As Renee turns from you to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly. Whew, and it wasn't a 6-6. How many medals are there? 2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun. A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles, the medal hangs from a blue-shaped triangle. Look at the sun. A small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Violence written below. The medals, did you get them for...
For bravery.
Not for killing babies or... Oh, Jesus. Chat! You be the arbiter of my fate here. We got 4 things we can say. You can read them for yourselves. Here's the vote. Go with your conscience. By 1 vote, killing babies wins. We're killing babies. We're killing babies. We're killing babies so we don't kill the ones that we love. I'm sorry. Not for killing babies, or?
No. We were the last ones to keep all the baby killers and rapists in check. And let me tell you, son, if there hadn't been Royal Carabiniers, Revelshul might not be standing at all.
Your vote only counts if you use the system. Unless I decide that it doesn't. Whoa, sounds like you're about to open the gates of conversation. This man will literally talk your ear off if you let him wander off to memory lane. So what did you get the medals for?
For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality in the eye. When men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shot themselves.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
Saved a princeling?
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frisel thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest.
You gotta get hooked first before you can use the decisive strike.
Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly camo.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Coron. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion. The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage.
I just lost volition. I think I got a temporary research bonus to my volition because of the... So, fuck off. That is so cruel. Alright, no, I've got 3 skill points. I'm putting one into volition now. There we go. Oh, that sucks. Just, fuck that so much. That is deeply irritating. But you see how when I put that point in, volition is now lit up. You can see that it's coloured. But once I've done this, loses it. It used to not. Right now, my perception, my inland empire, my rhetoric, my volition, my composure should all be lit up because I've put points into them directly. But it's not. Rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage. Must have been a bloodbath. Must have been a blood path.
I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw.
Ah, shit. Did you find it?
Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
Owie. It's painful to even think about. Okay, then what did you do?
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
Capitaine Arnoux, le fléau des chevaux.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me.
Anybody know what Gaston just said?
The Dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
This would never happen to Johnny Law Jaw. My jaw is tight.
Right. So I grabbed the prick and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up.
Nephews of a monarch who get thrust into kinship because their uncle knew when the getting out was good are well known for their military genius. Oh, yeah.
Through some miracle, we both survived. And the jealous freak convinced Frissel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit.
Nah, you can't interact with the text like that, Kidderburden.
He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breast. An untarnished self-worth. I mean... obviously the king sucks. Obviously Renee's political alignment is wrong. But... you kinda have to respect stories like that. Sounds like you're being modest, Renee.
The old carabinier stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him and Drisant. 2 days later that was. And that even while crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself. It's there. Hold on, you're just a little bit proud of Renee's heroics, aren't you?
Sorry, officer, but you're reading me all wrong. I'm a man of peace, and these kinds of bloody
You're a man of
heroics
piss?
are only impressive to men like Rene himself. Certainly not to me.
I try not to make fun of accents, but my god, I'm a man of piss. I'm a man of piss.
How did you find the story to be, officer?
I don't... Where's the commie option in here? That seems fascist, that seems liberal, and that seems moralist. Am I going to be forced to put a 1 next to one of these fucking lines? Fuck you, video game! This doesn't seem like a good moment to express an opinion. I don't want to risk it. Hopefully that'll... won't give me a 1 here, but I reckon it will. It's definitely neither of these are commie options. You gotta play to win, look after you first. That's not the hardcore commie value, and literally made Revachol great. That ain't it, Chief. Chief, comma, that ain't it. So we'll go with 3.
Bon Dieu. You and Gaston must be related. His blood runs yellow too.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. They don't hand this out for anyone with a service recall. Oh no, you have to get shot. Repeatedly. And you need to get your hands bloody too. Really, really bloody.
Well, that's the thing, Kidder Burden, because you're not actually dumb about politics necessarily to not instantly grasp what they mean by moralist here. Because communist and fascist are obviously words that we use, and they mean exactly what they should, but ultra-liberal and moralist are odd because they're kind of steeped in Disco Elysium's lore. Like, the ultra-liberals are a specific group of capitalists, but the term is in-universe. We don't call people ultra-liberal here, I don't think. Maybe we do, but it's not, you know, it's not the go-to, right? Liberal itself gets used, but people say that the liberals are the lefties. Whereas in this game, the liberals are the super capitalists. But moralist in particular refers to the centrist option. It's the non-committal option, and it refers to the coalition government of all of the nations that's basically dedicated to keeping things the way they are. Whereas the ultra-liberalist is more capitalist, like capitalist ideology hard. It's we really, really believe in free market systems. Money, money, money. We talk about money all the time. We want to make money. We believe in you know, corporations running the world. Whereas moralist is, we have a government, runs everything, everything is fine, don't rock the boat, don't shake up the system, sit still, the world is turning, we are all alive. Why change a thing? That's the difference. Yeah, morality is such a much abused word. So they call themselves moralists as a way to put good spin on their position. We're the moralists. We don't want to change. We don't want to upset things. We want to keep everything the way it is because we don't want things to get worse. The Moral Intern is the name of the government body, I believe. Yeah, ultra-liberal relates to libertarian. Yeah. Extreme free market capitalist. They're more extreme than the moralists, who, I mean, I'm pretty sure, you know, the moral intern government is a capitalist system because the communists all fucking died, and because capitalism seems to be rampant here as it is in our world. So the moral intern are technically capitalists too, but they're not rabid about it. They're just status quo about it. Whereas the ultra-liberals will, like, live and die for live and die for the dollar, you know what I mean? It is a deliberately different set of categories than we are used to seeing and expressing. There is no attempt to put it in terms of wings either. There ain't no left-right. In fact, the term left and right isn't mentioned once in Disco Elysium. I think because they don't really like that, and I don't either. I don't think it's very helpful because it oversimplifies the big muck that is ideology. Some of these have things in common with each other. Communism can turn into fascism if you're not careful. Ultraliberal and moralist see a lot of common ground. But when we think about the left versus right system, we'd call communist left and we'd call everything else right here, wouldn't we? Although moralist we'd call centre, I suppose. But centre right, really. Anyway. You gotta get shot repeatedly and you gotta get your hands bloody to get a medal like Renee's.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon.
Poltroon?
Duty is something you will never understand.
Thanks for the story, Renee.
Bah! There were many
Humbug.
such stories in those days. Many such men, too. True Revacholians. Men with backbone.
Oh, yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please, bring those days back, if you can.
I'm not getting into this with you again. Officer, was there anything else?
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress the old soldier. If I leave, does this go away? It's a red check. I don't know if it stays or not. I'd rather hedge my bets and get that bull thing sorted. I'm not gonna do it. If I don't get to do if I can't come back to him and say it now, then that's a shame. But sorry.
Caustic echo.
I'll check now once I'm through this. Can't remember what this thought was about.
Splat. Splatity splat, Harry. You know what that means? It means the shit has fallen off the stick, and it's bad again.
Oh, this is good.
You lost something, and it's not your gun. It's not your badge. It's not your uniform. You can find all of those things. No, the charred echo was left by the one thing you will never find again. Not even if you dive into the sea in search of it. It's the love of your life, Harry. The scent is everywhere. The sound is in everything. The alarm goes off at 3.
I really wish he wouldn't narrate these. Okay, so we get 300 EXP. That means I get 3 skill points immediately. The -1 authority is a shame, but all of my Motorix learning caps, that's good because that's my lowest skill with the lowest learning cap. I need that. But the interesting thing is, I can forget a thought, right? I can delete it. If I take advantage of this learning cap and I buy the skills for it, I've already got the EXP, I've already got the learning cap raise. All that would be left then would be the authority debuff, so I could forget that thought later on to get my authority point back without losing anything I wanted. It'll take a while though, especially because I don't know which of these Motorix skills I want to raise, which ones I don't. But yeah, we have a lot of skill points now. Just ahead of things, I'm going to invest... Let's just invest 2 of them into these thoughts, because I know I'm going to use them eventually. And then we'll use my 3rd one when I feel like I need to. But let's just take a look to see if I can do that thing with Renee. It might have gone away. I don't understand the red check system for... Usually when a red check appears, you can't... It's not regular conversation. So let me just see if it's there.
Vigilance officer.
It is!
What can this old carabinier do for you?
Holy shit. There is a save scummable red check. That's great. That's fucking great. Let's see about letting that lie, though, because I'd like to get the bull back. But, like, we could put a point into drama for that one. Anyway, there is another conception check, and it's here. Not conception, composure.
Hello again, sir.
We have a really good chance, but let's see if you guys can help me. Plus to my yellow, plus to my Motorix. if you've got the system available. And then obviously minus whichever one you want. Yeah, I'd need more than 3% chance. Abso-fucking-lutely. 83%. Go, go, go. Deduce something. The girl keeps her hands folded. Hidden. Why is that? Hey, why do you keep your hands folded?
What do you mean, sir?
You don't need to be worried. I'm here to help.
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest.
It's okay.
She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
You bite your nails.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
She shoots you a suspicious glance. There were a few other hints.
Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
Her eyes flash with defiance. She's not impressed. One more. Bet I can figure out why you bite your nails. I've got a few reasons in mind.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Rats have been nibbling on your fingers. Child labour in dismal working conditions. Fuck it, we gotta go calm you.
What rats? I just read books. Haven't seen a rat in this building in forever.
No rats in this dilapidated building? Shame. I mean, strange.
Maybe they're just afraid of books.
Either way, another ace deduction by the #1 detective in town.
It was okay, sir.
She's still got a rebellious streak. There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same. Think so? Fine. Do better. Deduce something about me.
You're quite sober.
She snaps back quickly.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
The big TK, hello. Welcome. Wait, how do you know I'm usually not sober?
Because you usually aren't.
I am also sad and my head hurts.
I'm sorry, sir. I hope things get better soon.
She looks you in the eye, a gleam of sympathy on her face.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar, somehow.
Suggestion. I'm taking a -1 there, and I think something has a +1? Yes, 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 this coat. And we can remove the -1, which is where? The pants? It's this white shirt. Let's just put the tank top on. Alright, so that's a buff of 2. That's a good help. Oh no, we won't save Scum, of course, why would we?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for
58%! That was good. Alright, we can do the chat boost again. This time it's Psyche that I need more of. As always, when we make this vote, you can choose to increase one of my stats and decrease another. Please increase my Psyche, though I am at your mercy if you decide to decrease it instead. %. Very good. Alright. Roll them dice. Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before. Hang on. So you know me? We've met before?
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time.
She sways back and forth on her feet.
You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir. Telling people about being a star or something. I don't really understand who those stars are.
They fixed it. They fixed the infamous typo. Back when this wasn't a voiced line, that line read, "You've been running around all week without your shit on." Which was very confronting for Annette to say. But they fixed it when they put voice to word, unfortunately. Did I ever talk to you?
Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
That's an old... Can you imagine how old Kuno would have said, "You've been running around all week without your shit on!" What do you mean better? I look like shit. We'll say thank you. I'm trying.
Yeah, I can see. You don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
Party eyes?
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
Swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That's what she meant. You were probably gurning too. Fuck yeah! You should get those party eyes right now! Slap those sequins on you, boy! Does that mean I've been partaking in narcotics? Oh, baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing. So why didn't you tell me you knew me to begin with?
I didn't know I had to do that.
Thanks. I've learned something about myself today.
I'm glad I could help you, sir.
Of course. No, it's not raining anymore. That's good. Still cold, though. Let's go inside. It's also the Gaston sandwich check. I don't know if that one's opened itself, but again, we'd probably need the ball. I don't know where that is. It might be across the river, so we might have to... Oh, I can... I don't remember this. I can WASD control. Could I always do that in Disco Elysium? I don't really have much need for it, but I can. So there's that, I guess. Did we, I kind of want to put a point in interfacing and try to steal the Cockatoo book again. But I also don't want to take even more fucking... There's a good bit of interfacing stuff. It wouldn't be a bad point choice. Yeah, let's go with some interfacing. I can afford to take morale damage. I just don't know if I fucking should. %58%. And you guys can help me. Please. Motorix. Allow me to be a thief so I don't have to pay $4 on a Cockatoo book. If we drop intellect, he can't afford it? I don't know what you mean by that, but let's steal the guide to cockatoos. Yes! You wait for the storekeeper to be distracted. When she's not looking, you haul the tome of cockatoos into your pocket. It's quite a challenge, but eventually the guide to cockatoos is yours. Splendid effort! Good. And we wanted that because there's a quest associated with it, but we will read it in our own time. We don't need to read it now. It's a fun little one. Anything new on Plaisance?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
All that pressure got you down. Has made Annette really anxious. You know she's been chewing her nails?
God, I've told her not to do that. It's disgusting. And I told you to mind your own business.
Yeah, and I didn't fucking listen because I'm the police.
You have no idea how hard it is to raise a girl in this economy.
In this economy? This economy is a mysterious force. Like cosmic weather. Mysterious and harsh. Oh Jesus, Quan, you're not wrong. What happens if you lower my psyche? Yeah, if I only have 1 health or 1 morale, and you guys... If I had 1 health and you lowered my physique, you could kill me. I don't think she can do anything about it.
She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
Yeah? Well, how about I change my name to Life and I give you a break in the form of an arm?
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
Yeah, actually, it's super alright for kids to chew their hands off. Forget I said anything. No, what you're doing is wrong. Even I know that, and I usually don't know anything.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there.
What the fuck was that delivery? She sounds like Jeremy Clarkson doing the meme. Oh no. Anyway. What the hell is that for sudden remorse that you have abused your child? The best you could muster up is a oh no. It got better when she did the rest of the sentence, but that was a terrible oh no.
There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
Yeah, Mother was not wrong. Is this husband Annette's father?
Yes. My husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne.
What's that?
It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighbourhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects.
Your head feels light and dizzy. A cold breeze caresses your flesh. What's going on? Monstrous buildings loom over Grand Couronne. A cold wind howls in the empty halls of homes built upon delusions. Why? There is no life in Grand Couronne. No one can afford to live there.
Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure.
That is fucking dreadful. A rich neighborhood that no one can live in because no one is rich enough. So they build a row of houses and they just rot. And your husband's also involved with the bookstore.
He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Is she an only child?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
God, you say that a lot. A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior. Why not?
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. Children are a lot of work. You don't look like a father, so I don't expect you to understand. I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand.
Mixed messages from you there, Plaisance. She told me she doesn't go to school anymore, you miserable harridan.
She's been too busy helping me here. So she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course.
Oh, of course.
I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
Takes off for what? The moon? You're strapping a rocket to the foundations and lighting the... Alright, I had something else in mind.
The woman looks aloof, her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
It's interesting, actually. We have nothing to say to her now. Farewell for now, book peddler.
Hello
Look at
again,
that.
esteemed off.
It's all done now. Alright, how's Annette doing now that you're inside and warm?
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Can you just let your daughter have fun for 5 minutes? You just can't win. What are you doing now?
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess.
Topaz. I mean, really. In this economy? That joke would have worked better if I had it set up for this scene. I had to swap to my Final Fantasy XIV layout in order to do that.
Oh, I found something while you were away.
What's it?
I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
She gives you a hat, almost exactly like the one Dick Mullen wears on the covers. Wait, where did you get this?
Just what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there.
Was there a man behind the curtains? And did you pay attention to him? Because I've heard you're not supposed to do that. Detective hat?
Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that. Right, I have to get back to my homework now, before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
She looks back at the infernal scribblings under her nose.
Hi, Ace Detective.
Nothing more from her. I hate that woman's... I hate that woman. I hate that girl's mother. And Dick Mullen's hat gives us Encyclopedia. It's also the first hat we've actually... Wow, we did have the bum hat. I just didn't realise. But we can put this because it's a flat buff. It doesn't take anything down, whereas orange bum hat hurts our rhetoric, which I think is why I didn't want to put it on. But yeah, now we look like this.
Hello again, esteemed officer.
Hello again, terrible mother. You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Examine the trinket. You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. Aside from poking at it, suspiciously, there's nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you. Do we pay attention to the shopkeeper, or do we just pull open the curtains? And do a vote here, but don't select 2 or 4, because they don't count. Select 1 or 3 for whether we should just ignore Plaisance or engage with her. Engage! What's behind the curtains? I like that 2 of you clicked an option that I said don't click because it doesn't count.
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
Don't you tell me what I care about. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. Oh, so we can't actually... I just assumed that was 2 ways of going about it, but no, we do have to just pull the curtains open in the end. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
Her hand has closed around her pendant, her fingers nervously playing with the talisman.
Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people? I've heard there's a fridge here that I need.
Everybody suddenly needs something from there. Leave the curtains be. It's what it wants.
Okay, so what's in there has a will, and it wants you to enter. This is bad. That is a direct threat towards a police officer. Wow, Sam, how... That is a line that you just said. Is this about the curse? Is that why you're afraid?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
Ma'am, this is different. I'm a cop. I need to get in there.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
She stops abruptly as her hand flies over her mouth, baffled by her own bluntness.
I am sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that.
Don't go there.
It'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
The powers. But I sense this place calling for me. I must investigate beyond the threshold.
You do? My God. Even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
Alright. I think you can ask her questions about it. I'll think about it for a while.
Let's just talk about this first, all right?
Okay.
There's no reason for you to venture into the unknown.
She lets out a loud
What
sigh.
are you, a coward? Think about the marvelous adventures waiting for us on the other side.
Lies. Rip them open, we say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. We'll talk to Plaisance. Cthulhu Fatagem.
Esteemed officer, and welcome to crime, romance.
Yeah, shut up,
and
Plaisance. Why are
biographies
you
of
so
famous
uptight
people.
about those curtains? I just want to know what's on the other side. I might have friends there after all, or at least a singing, dancing Keith David.
I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you.
If you store your employees there, then I must be led to conclude that they are dead, considering you are putting your daughter to work and she is a fucking child.
Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
I'm all for smashing apart the idea of retail politeness. I hate it. I think if a customer is being a turd monkey, you should be able to say that to their faces. I don't like the customer is always right. They very rarely are, in fact. And as someone who has never worked in retail and has very, very many times been a customer, I can tell you that I'm not always right. So neither should any of the others be. However, I don't necessarily know that you should be saying, go buy some goddamn books. If it's just a storage room, then it wouldn't hurt if I just peeked inside. It's not like it's cursed, right?
No!
She wavers under your gaze, mouth pressed into a tight-lipped frown. Then she breaks down.
Okay, fine. It's because this place is cursed. Just like Annette said, they don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Only if I get, like, a news bulletin that I can frame in my house that says local man ruins everything and then a picture of my expressioned face. Take it easy. You've broken her resistance. Pushing her further will gain nothing. How does this curse manifest itself?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
A shiver runs through the woman as she looks around the dimly lit store.
It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
She peers at the curtains again. Didn't that curtain just move? Ah, Annette mentioned that the previous tenants have experienced some financial troubles.
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Why didn't you just tell me right away it's the curse?
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
You have people living in your walla. Okay. Do you want to know why that's funny? It's not just a gibberish typo. Walla is a term I believe that I don't know if it's used anywhere else, but I know that it's a voice acting term for. It's like vocal noises and stuff that's not written lines in the script. It's stuff like if you have a crowd cheering in the background, then you need a bunch of actors to record those cheers, and that's considered walla. If you have, like, I think, grunts and things, it's a specific term they use. So having people living in your walla, it's like there's actual souls inside the crowdscape, and that is amazing. Again, I've never worked professionally as a voice actor, but I've hobbied it a little online here and there, so I know weird trivia like that. Like rhubarb, yeah. Such wraiths may prove a formidable enemy. Suit up. Have you sought help from anyone?
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards.
She nods at the strange cage-like trinket on the curtains. Yeah, it's not supposed to be gibberish per se, no.
The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough.
It's never enough. The darkness will always spread. Has Richard Epcar's anthem taught you nothing? Is your pendant part of these wards?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
So you bought a magic woo-woo necklace that you rub when you have a customer because you think it will make them blindly descend into a book-buying frenzy. Do I want to know how much you spent on this? And in your estimation, whether or not it has turned you a profit?
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store.
The fuck's
I
sake.
had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
I'd like to point out that I have bought... I spent 99 cents in this store. I have bought a single map. I have stolen a book worth 4 times as much as the thing that I actually bought, but I have spent 99 cents. I don't care about the curse, I just need to get to the fridge.
Most certainly not. I'm not letting you open the gates of hell. In fact, I don't want anyone who isn't familiar with the psychic arts involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
Psychic arts sounds right down our alley. Seriously, I need to get to the fridge in the cellar. It's a police matter. I have a dead body to take care of.
A dead what? Oh my god! A victim of the curse? The curse has started killing people? It's killing now?
Yes, you're right. The curse is worse than ever. You need to let me in there to investigate.
You're right. It's worse than I imagined. We definitely have to contain it now.
I think I may have skipped the drama check. Oh no. I did not. Fuck. Okay.
Okay, but please...
The woman looks aloof, her features much softer.
Thing is,
Occasionally
we
she
don't need
glances
this.
at her daughter's silhouette.
I don't think anything will stop us from opening the curtains and just going the fuck in. But we'll try, right? 58%. You can increase it if you increase my intellect in this little vote window. Intellect, intellect, please increase my intellect. Give me the power of the big brain. Give me the power of the big brain. You can see my brain getting bigger as you look at it. Yeah, 72%, which is still means that like more than a quarter of the Gavaroks in this particular universe split are going to be disappointed, but still, roll them dice and give us a win. Note that we have a +2 modifier. We've gained 2, but we've also lost 2 because of the many interactions we've had with her. Boom. Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like. Wait, what if I don't want to lie? You're not lying. You're giving her peace of mind. The means are thus justified. Ma'am, I came here to help. I've handled paranatural situations before.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
I have returned from the void. A para-detective from a long line of para-detectives.
You're no paradetective. You look nothing like one. And you're clearly a drinker. Pardon me for being so blunt, but...
What is a para-detective supposed to look like? Hey now, hey! Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now. Hey! You need the booze to focus, alright?
The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook.
You see, It is necessary to drink the spirits in order to contact the void.
How do you know all this?
Here we go. I am the Void Revenant. I have the powers to de-bad all the bad energies. I am the anti-bad. I am the reverse Michael Jackson. I am good.
I should have realized. A pattern lies within the fabric. The hand of fate guides us. Our meeting couldn't have been mere chance.
There is no chance in matters of the void. Perhaps you truly are the one to deliver this woman through the doom.
But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter.
Indeed.
You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe?
Oh, yes.
I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
Don't ask me. Just ask my partner, Kim. He will vouch for me. The lieutenant mumbles in minor confusion. He has not been listening closely enough, and you have put him on the spot.
Certainly so, ma'am. I can assure you my partner is eminent in this particular field.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it?
It's a good thing she believes in any old woo. D-bad would normally be a sign of failure. On my honor.
Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
But I thought I got away from Dead by Daylight. Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire. Of course, the entity. For I have sensed its presence.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her.
Oh, yes.
Did you know that she lives inside the chimney?
Chimney. The passage between heaven and hell, of course.
Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building.
Right.
What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin. What you discover? A demonic refrigerator! Perhaps the fridge will be the cause of the curse. Sorry, the source of the curse. It's mold. Your building has mold, yes. You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains. Pull them open! We're going in. Blop, blop. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little cage-like trinkets, and your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Oh!
A small, terrified "Oh!" escapes from Plaisance as she tries her best to look away, her round face buried in her hands. Ta-da! Ghostly silhouettes of hairdryers. A vaguely androgynous portrait of a man. Is that Bowie? A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Okay, fine. Your fucking knock was better than mine. Only an echo. No one is there. Do we unlock the door with the key, or do we break it down because, you know, we're cool? God damn it. I chose a physical build, and I'm going to put it to use! Oh no. Owie. You smash into the wood and you see a small crack appear on the door frame. It's going to take one more try to break through to the other side, but you've done it.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
Smash into the door again, wordless. Smash into the door and shout, "Fuck the system!" Smash into the door and shout, "Freeze, dirtbags!" Smash into the door and shout, "Hands up now!" Smash into the door and shout, "Fuck, it hurts!" I am going to let the peanut gallery decide. Y'all ready for the vote? Strap yourselves in. It's time to press a button. I don't think this is an ideological choice. Ooh. 2 and 5 are tied. Fuck the system or fuck it hurts. The only thing that we can agree on as a community is fuck. Fuck the system or fuck it hurts. How many votes is that? 9, I guess. Nevermoon would choose 5 if she was here. Oh, that's not fair. Yeah, I do think that's funny, though. I do like fuck it hurts. Alright. Fuck it hurts. Whee! Scene change. Bent metal. Broken glass. Your path lies strewn with the broken forms of everyday objects. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter. Gaze upon me, stuff and despair! I am the Galadriel of violence! Kudos. Anti-object task force. We lose pain threshold because it hurts, but it's only going to take 2 hours. Take a look at your hands. See how bruised they are? See those little scars? This is Exhibit A. The material world is holding you back. Containers, mailboxes, doors, chairs, they are all your enemies. Always have been. Atoms themselves are in on the conspiracy, forming shapes and structures that you hate. You are energy stuck in a body. You are spirit trapped in matter. Break free! Beat up that lamppost! Let it know just how much objects suck! Why do you want to talk to me, Kim? I can't see you. There you are.
What is this place?
The lieutenant stares at the dusty training equipment. Looks like a gym to me.
Yes, but no one's been here in ages.
He draws a stripe on the dusty floor with his foot.
I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us. Don't forget to take it out of your bag before we move on.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest. What if there's a reason why no one's been here for ages?
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. Now let's move on, shall we?
When I was younger, I used to think the pronunciation of that word was banal. Sand is dripping from a punch bag. The poster says Citius, Fortus. The rest is worn off. Worn out wall bars. They look unsafe. A barbell lies on the floor. The colour is worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilos. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift 'em. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar? Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter? No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat. And a whistle. Then the feeling is gone. A memory from another life, when you were young and fit. Look, Kim, it's a trap. There are no collars on the barbell.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
What kind of a bastard would just remove the collars? This should be a felony.
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
Alright. We're gonna lift it? We're gonna lift the trap barbell? Health and safety, what's that? Y'all can increase my physique if you like. Though, it feels weird adding to my big one. It worked. Physical instrument 8, 72%. This is so incredibly dumb. I agree. We did it! We're not gonna break our arms or something. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, if it had fallen then we could have broken our everything. Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength, you raise the barbell up in the air. Your biceps tremble, but you're a savage! This is a children's game. Oh yeah. A warm weight. Ah! Boom! Shaka laka. And get morale! In the bookshop of all places! A warm wave of accomplishment washes over your head as you drop the barbell to the floor. For a moment it feels like you're strong enough to succeed at anything you ever set your mind to. Hey, but, you're still in a ghost house. What if someone heard this? What if they know you're here?
Good technique.
Thank you. There's one more thing here. What's that? Shot put ball. Can I use this as the ball? A ball used for playing shot put, a favourite pastime of elderly gentlemen. You feel like you should hold on to this and make good use of it. To sell such beautiful old school sports equipment would be a sin. Fuck the investigation. I wanna go see if I can do the ball thing, because I've never done that before. The thing about the ball is that I every other time I've played this game, I haven't talked to the old men on day one, and I think I missed my chance both times. I don't know if you can only do it on day one or if I just did the game wrong, but I've never really interacted with the ball game. What's happening here? No sane person would ever put their head into such a machine. I don't know what he's talking about. Merely looking at that unmanly haircut threatens your masculinity. I guess they're talking about the David Bowie mask. But yeah, let's see if this counts. Let's see if we can replace the bull. I'm just going to save here because I don't want to make a mistake with that whole red check business.
Officer, the mere sight of police...
No, so it has to be through Renee.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
I found you a new ball!
What is this? Are you mocking us? This isn't for pétanque.
It's good enough, right? The ball's a ball.
Now, no need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez.
Exactly, and I really did try.
Trying is worth as much as is accomplished. In this case, almost nothing. Fine. You try to right a wrong. It's still a gram better than actual nothing.
Okay, so it doesn't take away the -2, it just adds a 1 to it. I am still not in love with my chances for this red check.
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer already. How can I help you?
That ain't bad. It won't get better, what, than 3%?
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
So yeah, it's a 0. We need a 14. What's the setup with clothes and drama? Yeah, we have a -1 because of these glasses. I can take that off. I can take that off, and I could put a point into it, and then we could get the chat boost. But even then, would that still be fucking 8% at that point?
What can this old carabiner do for you?
I kind of want to, because I've never had this check before, I kind of want to try it and see how the failure goes, because I don't expect it to get much better. Get more, try later. Well, that's the thing. If it wasn't a red check, I'd feel better about it. Let's try it, but then reload if it's a... Well, I mean, it will be a failure. I'm not going to save scum until I succeed, but I'd like to see what the failure state of it is anyway, because it's a red check. So it might be interesting and fun.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
We'll do this anyway. I don't think it actually helps me, but like, maybe. Intellect. You want to increase my intellect. No, it's not psychic. Yeah, no, it's still 3%. But let's just see what the failure is like. Rene told you his war story. Now impress him with your heroics. Yeah, we rolled a 1 and a 2. Fuck off. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be anything worth mentioning among your achievements. You should resort to good old lying. Unless you want to tell him how you took Kuno down, the decisiveness you exhibited in that situation would surely impress a man fond of order and discipline. Yeah, actually, I knocked Kuno out. The kid needed discipline.
The 12-year-old junkie whose alcoholic father beats him? Why did you do that?
He was screaming that I'm trying to molest him when I clearly wasn't.
Officer, this is unacceptable for anyone bearing an insignia. A man should lead by example, not terror. If you don't have any more questions, we'll return to our game now.
By the looks of it, he's still trying to wrap his head around what you told him. Let's try again! You know, for funsies. Is this it? Wait, where's my... Oh no, it's this one here. Oh yeah, Kidderburden, were you there when I knocked out a 12-year-old? Wasn't my finest. But yeah, like, I want to see what the other options are, the other lies. But let's see what happens if we put a point into it as well. If we can get that to 8. Oh no, because I can't replenish
Vigilance
this.
officer,
I'll need to wait.
What can this old carabiner do for you?
It doesn't matter, I'm probably going to reload anyway. I had a dog, Fifi. Took her fishing late one autumn, but the boat rocked and she fell in, so I jumped after.
The carabiner stares at you with a frown. Doesn't look like he's buying it.
The boat capsized and sank. Fifi was already tired. She was almost 11. I took her on my back and started swimming.
Please stop.
It took us nearly 7 hours. Fifi died in my arms when the water was only knee-deep. She was a good dog.
Son, I don't know why you're feeding me this horse shit, but I'm not biting. Can we get back to our game now?
Fine. Try the other story. But yeah, we will leave it undone and try to pass it later on. We could have a smoke, actually. That would increase our intellect.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
Renee, I'm ex-Army too. Special Forces. Black Ops. Secret Soldier.
Really? What was the unit?
The 5th?
Are you asking me? Or telling me?
You tell me.
I'll stop you right there, son. I'm old, but I'm not stupid. I know a soldier when I see one. We'll get back to our game now, if you don't mind.
Dog story was better. Strange, he didn't buy it. Dog story way better. I'm gonna do one more, and I will reload if this fails, because I don't really want to blow all these points. But I'm gonna blow both of my points on drama. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette, and we're gonna do the chat boost and see how much we can get out of that. So, level up. Drama becomes 4. I don't think there's anything else we can do with our clothing. But what we can do is drugs. Huh? Isn't that how we do the drug? Oh, don't tell me the drugs are bugged. Hello? There it is! Smokes. That was concerning. Do I need a light? No. I just need the game to work properly. But we are going to do the increase for one more point.
Vigilance officer, what
We
can
get up to
this old carabiner
17%.
do
We're
for
making
you?
some progress here. Okay, increase my intellect. We should get like 20. I'm only going to try this once, though. 28%. Come on, come on, come on. Ah. We can come back. We can try it later. Keep trying? You really want to see this one get done? We are violating the integrity of Disco Elysium here. Alright, well in that case I'll save after I do this stuff. Oh, stop bugging out. There it is.
Vigilance
The problem
officer,
is,
what can this old carabiner do for you?
the timer on this means we can't actually get that last point, so we're just going to have to hit this button over and over again. Nope. This is like the only scummable red check I've ever seen, though, because pretty much all of them come at you in the middle of conversations that you can't get out of without progressing past the check or making the check. You either make the check or you don't, and you never get a chance to go back to it.
Vigilance officer?
Nope! We could be here a fucking while, guys. Like, we could gambler's fallacy this. It is a low chance. This could be the rest of the stream. We've got 20 minutes of the stream left at this point. The whole thing could be this shit.
Vigilance officer?
Never mind! Go long. Go deep. Go unconventional. My story doesn't have gunfire, blood, or spilled guts. But let me give you a different take on heroism. And yeah, that's true. The points that we put into drama, I'm not taking them back. Those stay in. My drama is pretty good. That's good for the future, but the way this game's system works, how points make white chicks come back, you don't want to spend all your points. You want to hold them and spend them at opportune moments. So this is the price that I pay, and I'm willing to take that. My story doesn't have gunfire, blood, or spilled guts. Let me give you a different take on heroism.
Sure, officer. Let's hear your take.
Imagine just flickering into existence from nothingness.
I'm not following you.
He'll get it. Don't worry. Just continue. He's gonna be impressed. Imagine pain that makes giving birth seem like a mosquito bite. But inside your head.
The man stares at you, silently frowning.
Right when you're willing to do just about anything to make it stop, you open your eyelids. And you realize that you've pushed yourself too far. Past the point. Past the point of no return.
You're talking about getting blackout shit-faced drunk and going into delirium, right?
Well, yes, but we're hoping to put it a little more poetically than that, Renee.
The lieutenant looks up from his notes and nods to the old carabiner.
Well, in essence, yes.
And I thought getting my knee shattered and surviving on rat carcasses in the trench was bad. Here, have one of my medals. You've earned it, officer.
No fucking way! Kim, should I take it? Will asking him prevent... No, I'm gonna try. I don't think he's gonna give me anything. I think he's obviously fucking kidding. But what happens if I do? Thank you, Renee. I am honored. Reach out your hand.
The veteran extends his right arm with the sun-shaped medal. It glimmers in his wrinkled and scarred palm.
Flashes of bloody and terrible scenes of war, men dying, houses shrieking, horses shrieking. Houses shrieking? How existentially terrifying would that be? If you open the door to your house and like a mouth, it just goes. Ah! Not you again! You always trash me! Stay away! Men dying, horses shrieking, blood sinking into sand, snow, asphalt, fertile black earth. All of this accompanied by a musical composition telling of the heroism of old, when men were bigger in both body and heart. You feel strange kinship to this old soldier. You and him are the same now.
Was there something else you wanted to take from us?
I don't think there was anything else he wanted, was there? You got the medal. Now let's solve the crime.
+1 rhetoric. The heroic deeds of others. Oh, it's a neck piece. I can't use it. I can't. No. I must. The necktie. It is mine. But if we ever need a rhetoric boost real quick, we'll use that. I mean, it's his smaller one. But what? I have no fucking idea why he gave me that. It makes no sense at all. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh yeah, the sandwich. Rhetoric. I know what we can do with the rest of this stream. Put it on. Put the medal on. Gaston?
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer already. How can I help you?
convince him to relinquish his sandwich, of course. Intellect again. This one's a white check, so if we fail it, I'm not save scumming or anything. That said, we should take it now while we still got the cigarette buff. Uh... 2-4. Fuck me.
All right.
We already failed that one once. There's nothing new in there, so I'm not going to read it. But there's something else I can do with rhetoric. I do still want to go through the doomed commercial area, but let's just quickly run us over to the harbour. I'm already balls deep in save scumming. Just do it? No. Hello, racist.
Looking for something, Aunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Fuck off, racist. What was that? Seriously, what was that? I saw it. There. 3 T's, how idiomatic on the frit, I guess. We'll talk to Evrart. No, we've got a lot to say to Evrart. We'll wait on Evrart for now. We're just going to check the cargo container. I don't want to waste too much time over here, though. I do want to get back to the doomed commercial area. Fuck off, racist, but from a decorated war vet. Yes. He's not the right kind of fascist, Quanbush. All around you are great machines in quiescence. In quiescence. What we do have is this check. Been in the world for 2 days. Money is all about trust. 8%, so we've gotten past the 3 threshold, but if I wait 20 seconds I can get a chat boost to maybe, just a teensy bit, convince the door to open. Now, as I've said before, this check gets easier and easier the later in the game you are, so we will not save scum this either. If it is not our destiny to open this door tonight, then this door will not be opened. Once again, it is intellect. Once again, it is intellect. Yeah, it goes from 8% to 17%, so that's a really important push there. Here we are. Fucking! Despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you. Hello? Is there anybody in there? The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
A wry smile crosses the lieutenant's face. Try again. If there's someone in there, I'd like to talk to you. Just like that, you hear a click. Then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
From deep within the container, a voice. Mega rich, light bending guy.
You can't be serious.
Oh, we are. Watch what happens to my money as I step towards this man. Before you get excited, you go back down to wherever you started once you get far enough away from him, but... This is the mega-rich light-bending guy. He breaks physics with his money.
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital.
The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention like soldiers preparing for review. Squint.
Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo.
Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard.
In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Wow.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
You can't hear him, exactly. Yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him. This effect is ruined by the presence of a voice actor, I think.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
What you can see of his body appears composed, in a sharp summer suit and yacht shoes. Who are you?
Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days.
Who am I? How can I ever face my fellow man? How can I ever face myself again? Capitalist Jesus! Yes.
Anyhow, my name is Rustam Diodore.
Also,
Investor,
Rustam Diodore.
license holder, an extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Shocked.
Mr. Diodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
My name is Harry, and I'm an alcoholic detective.
Pleasure to meet you, Harry. Though I'm sorry to hear a good public servant like yourself is in servitude to the drink. A man can't serve two masters in my experience.
I can assure you, Mr. Diodore, that despite his vices, he is a competent detective.
Oh, don't you worry, Lieutenant. I can tell a good man when I see one.
How did you become so rich?
Oh Lord, not this again.
What's the matter, Kim?
Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Grad.
Net worth-patism.
All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
And blow. What is it like being an extremely high net worth individual?
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work.
Oh, is it?
You got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what.
And you probably won't be back before the stream ends, Kidderburden. We're in the last 5 minutes.
Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really.
You're a thief! People are working their asses off while you chill here.
And that's what? Unjust? I think it's perfectly just.
In some playthroughs, this man is your god. In my playthrough, this man is Satan. You're using your money as its own justification.
Listen, Harry, I used to be an idealist just like you, but the truth is that we have no objective system by which to measure someone's value other than the market. We should just embrace that rather than resist it. The hand that allocates resources among men is invisible and cruel, but it is steady, measured. Indeed, it is just.
I'm gonna say nothing to that.
Capital makes one speechless, does it not? Blinds like the sun that rises from beyond the horizon after a gloomy winter.
Hey! All this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What's going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about. There's something strange about you.
What do you mean?
His essence seems to signify actual surprise. Well, I don't know how to put it. You look somehow a little different.
Are you talking about my chin?
No, I mean, I can't even see you. It's as if something is happening to the light.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
What? The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth among that group of individuals. It has been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual. So what is our coefficient? The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient for you and this individual appears to be 0.9998 repeating. Are you telling me that you are so rich that light literally bends around your face?
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
I'm calm.
That's good.
Kim, are you seeing this shit?
I see nothing of the sort.
Oh.
To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container.
What are you doing in this container?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
We're in Martinez. There's a creepy abandoned commercial area here.
Well, as we say in my circle, one person's crushing business failure is someone else's development opportunity. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
Wait, why don't you help them? You've got so much money it can't make a difference to you.
There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it, except more seagulls. Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that.
You know, that reminds me of Dietrich when he talks about how he doesn't sub to streamers. He's like, I blow my money on phone games. I don't give it to other people. It's not fun to do that. So you travel from place to place via shipping container.
Smart, no? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high-fidelity portable radio systems, bail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
So you're saying being rich isn't worth the hassle?
What? No, I didn't say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that.
The bending light appears to wink. I'm going to end this stream on a cliffhanger. I am not going to ask, you're a rich investor, right? Can I have some money? That will be the opening section of next Saturday's stream, because I don't have the time. We should get back to our investigation. Thank you for your time.
Why go so soon? I feel we've so much more to talk about. Ah, well, until next time.
All I have left to do with you is ask you for money, mate. We have a skill point again, that's good. But yeah, we'll end our stream here, right in the Mega Rich Light-Bending Guy's container, to see if maybe saving my game and stopping here might cause the Real to stay the way it is, rather than... It won't, but that would be fun. I like this. This is a good ending. Reaching capitalism god at the very end of the stream. As always with me, I stream Disco Elysium on Saturdays, so you come back this time next week for me to play this game live again. Otherwise, I'm a Final Fantasy XIV streamer, so I will be back this time tomorrow. Well, this time tomorrow I'll be finished, but, you know, another 6-hour stream will take place tomorrow in the same time frame as this one. So please join me then, and we will do more MSQ in 14. Till then, fare thee well.